Yeah, that's fine. You can leave. I don't care if you're here or not. That's fine. Like, fuck off, right? Here, let me help you out, right? You can fuck off, right? What I was gonna say is that you keep on invoking this notion of contradiction, which is fine, but just show the P and not P, right? Show what the contradiction is. You can't just say in and of itself that's a contradiction, and then monologue about something else.
Yeah, two things that he said there that I want to point out is he said nobody understands God because every time they try to understand him, they try to understand him from a human perspective. And then he quoted Immanuel Kant and then started explaining God from a human perspective. And then
I was a little confused by what I took in there, but he came on fast. And I was like,
Yeah, I mean, like, look, I appreciate contending with sacred cruelty, but he does this thing where he just kind of like speaks fast and goes over a lot of points.
Yeah.
And
like,
doesn't really.
I call him resume statements. But then at the end there, he shifts to this argument doesn't target the kind of God that I believe in, which is just uninteresting as well. So.
Yeah, I mean that's fine. That's why I reiterated this is a.
What did I miss? Are any of you Christian, by the way? I'm just.
No, I'm an atheist.
Is there any Christians on this panel? Does anybody believe in God on this panel?
Yeah, I believe in God.
Muslim or?
No, he's a Christian. He has a cross on his name. Yeah.
I don't even see.
Are you? Yeah. Chew, are you a atheist or an atheist?
No, I'm a Christian.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up, Bob?
Am I echoing?
I don't think that you're echoing. Well, yeah, you are. I hear it now.
Hello?
You were echoing.
Yeah, we're here.
Is that better?
Yes.
A little bit, yeah.
A little bit.
Other than
Yeah, you're good. No more echo.
There's no echo, but the quality. But that's fine.
It's okay. It's a little bit of a background noise, but we can live with it.
Alright, cool. So what are we doing?
I'm running a problem of divine perfection on classical theism.
We're doing what?
I'm running problem of divine perfection on classical theism.
Oh, okay. What's that?
It's this notion that perfection questions like perfect being, right? Perfect being, understanding that if God is maximally great, self-sufficient, and lacks nothing, then it seems as if the creation is either unnecessary or contradictory to his nature.
I think we should put like before God, maybe if you put like your God and then asterisk next to your. So it's like creation disproves your asterisk God.
Okay.
And then when a particular theist comes up and says, hey, this is my God, and you can say, hey, is your God like perfect? Or is it, whatever? And then they say yes, and then you can run the argument. I don't think it works on all gods.
True. How about if I just put would it even work with like Christian God or something?
I mean, we would say our God is it depends on what you mean by perfect, right? Because at one point God regrets. So if you mean, would you call that a mistake? Like when he regrets in Genesis?
Well, what I mean by perfect is just a maximally great being that's self-sufficient, doesn't lack anything.
Okay, all right, we're back to that. Yeah, I mean, I think the whole thing comes down to your understanding of desire, will, but we say that implies then that he needs something he doesn't have already. And to me, it's like I don't necessarily need something I don't have, but I want to create something. Let's say in a year from now, I want to build something. It doesn't mean I'm not sufficient enough now, right? It just means I desire something later.
Yeah, because to me, you're basing that God lacks something because he creates, right?
Yeah, that's the notion, right? Otherwise, either what explains the fact that he creates, if your argument is, or if your answer is, well, it's motivated by either his nature or his desire for something, that seems to imply that there is lacking, right? But if you say that like nothing really motivates it, then it seems just I'm sorry, I'm still talking.
Go ahead.
Yeah, but if you say that nothing motivates the creation, right? Then it seems as if though it's random and perhaps unnecessary. The fact that he creates.
Okay, so how many religions do you know? So you can talk
How's that relevant to the conversation?
because you're talking about the aspect of God, right? And
Yeah, did you hear what the argument is aimed for? Do you know what classical theism is?
no, I'm asking you one question. It's like when you speak about the word God,
Yeah, do you know what classical theism is?
I won't accept a no. I don't know.
Okay, well, I'm aiming this argument specifically to classical theists, right? So, like, if your notion of God is like some pantheist notion where everything is God, like this argument isn't aimed to you.
Means a superior being, by the way, just to bring it down a little.
No, so that's what I'm saying. I'm trying to argue that I don't. But here's my question, right? From your understanding of God, where did you get the first idea of who God is?
It's going to be an internal
How's that
critique.
relevant? How's that relevant to the argument?
Because you're talking about like they say, a superior being, right? So
Yeah, superior being is understood under classical theism.
So yeah, what do you think? Like the first idea of God that you had came from?
Again, how is that relevant to the conversation? Are you tracking? Like, how is that question relevant to the critique?
Not relevant,
I don't
sadly.
think he understands, honestly, the question at hand. So the question is at Monk, really, like at the most basic level, the question is, if do you believe, Monk, do you believe God is self-sufficient?
Right, but for you to decide,
You're going to answer the question. Do you believe God is self-sufficient?
Well, this guy
Yes or
can,
no?
this guy can get
I
linear.
answered the question yes, okay? That's what I answered it. What do you believe? Do you believe God is self-sufficient, yes or no?
But what do you think God is capable of depends on the idea that you had of God before? Like, how are you going to introduce the idea of God?
I mean, I don't think it matters the idea of God that you have in your head because Christians, Muslims, Hindus, Buddhists all have a different idea of who God is in their head. The
But all of
question,
them have different
whether or not God at some point had to obviously create creation. You believe God created everything, right?
Yeah, I think there was definitely.
I do.
I think there was definitely a superior being.
So why did God decide to create something if he was, he believes, the host believes, that takes him outside of being self-sufficient because now he needs something. That's what the host is saying.
But if he was created, then he's not self-sufficient. Does that make sense?
I'm sorry, what was that? Say it again.
I said, but if you're created, then you're not self-sufficient.
How is that applicable?
That doesn't track. I'm sorry.
Unless you see you're created
If a
yourself.
Christian was going to interact with this point, I guess he would have to use like theological terminology, right? We wouldn't be able to, just stay within it.
Because he doesn't. The question I was asking was, he's talking about classical. What was the word? Like
Classical theism.
theism. So you have an idea of there's a God, right? But
Good night, gentlemen. How you doing?
Are you echoing a little bit? I don't know.
Alright, I'll mute my mic until he's done. Sorry.
can you hear me?
Okay, no worries. Yeah.
Right. So I'm asking is like, so you have an idea of there's that people think about a God, right? So based on your ideas, when was the first time that you heard about the word God?
Can I
Look, I don't think that that's relevant to the critique.
Wait,
Right?
no,
Like
because
I do want to
Classic.
engage.
Brother,
Question.
when were you self-aware? Like, when did you gain self-awareness?
Self-awareness.
Yeah, when did you realize that you are you?
The moment I knew I was alive.
And when was that?
Consciousness. Then I knew I'm aware.
When was that?
I think when I was a kid, I knew who I am.
Then what happened
This
before?
idea of who I am.
Then what happened before that?
Before that,
Like-
I was just born. I just lived.
Yeah, but then what was your mind at that point? Like, malnutrition. No, I'm asking that just to like poke a jab at that. So you can do whatever. I'm gonna mute myself. Sorry.
Wow,
Very quickly,
very important
I
interjection.
do want to engage with your point, kind of like from the Christian perspective. So, like, kind of from the Christian's perspective, we see God's act of creation, not one that even necessarily needs motivation. Definitely not from a position that he lacks something, but we hold God to be, all love and all goodness, and the act of his creation was an overflowing of that love and that goodness. Like an example of that would be like an artist, for example. An artist, needs to paint not because he lacks anything or because he's motivated to paint. It's because the creativity within him is so abundant that it just naturally expresses itself in painting. And even from a psychological perspective, psychologists agree that the more that you overthink something, the less capable you are actually achieving something. Even within sports, they are,
But what
in sports psychology, they teach you not to, think about, how you're going to perform certain moves, but kind of enter into a flow state where those moves just naturally, flow out of you. So that's how we see.
But another, you mean God is coming by your name, right? So here's my question, right? I was asking the host this question, and he doesn't want to
Well,
answer.
before he answers your question, do you mind engaging with like how we kind of see it as a from the Christian perspective? Do you disagree with that, or what do you think of that?
From a Christian perspective, I think I wouldn't say I disagree, but the fact that you admit that there's a creator, then that makes sense to a certain point.
I think, like holding on to at least beliefs when debating more so really just metaphysics. It's really hard to base this conversation off of thought. And that's what I've been realizing. You have to be very. You have to be.
When discussing God, we have to use theological language.
No, I'm not saying that against you guys, but I'm just saying that at least to both of you guys, to at least maybe have some fair understanding.
Does that kind of make sense? I mean, to the atheists on the panel, that creation is not necessarily a lack of something or motivation to something, but an overflowing of what God is.
So let me ask the atheist this question, because I've been answering questions since I got here. So when you look at let's say for example science, I'm a go the science route because that's what you understand most. Or do you think anything can come from nothing?
Oh yes, I love this question. Yo,
I'm
Chat,
not
can I
engaging.
answer this? Can I just
No,
can I answer
I'm
this?
not
Please,
engaging this.
please, I have a theory on this. I have a theory on this.
Theory, but the basics is that
Does something come from nothing?
energy cannot be created or destroyed.
No, brother, what is nothing?
That's far from
What is nothing? No, what is it?
Oh wow, that's actually a really
How are you
great
gonna say,
question.
can something come from nothing? What is nothing?
No, explain nothing to me then.
Yeah, okay, you can't, because you're trying to talk about nothing, but then yet at the same time you give it a definition which makes it something. So what is nothing?
Because you're talking about the earth,
The absence of light?
the Big Bang.
The absence of atoms? The absence of material? Like, what is
So
nothing?
This is actually a really good point, Tino.
Where did the first atom come from? Since you know so much about science.
This is a really good point.
I really don't. I always like to hear what people have to
Where did
say.
the first atom come from?
No, but like, what is nothing? Like, what is it? Like, I because
I've
I've been
never
trying
even
to figure
thought of
that out
that.
for a
What is
while.
nothing? That's so.
I
That's,
think we should stick to the point that the host was trying to, get
Wait,
us to
no,
discuss.
we're talking about. I'm guessing he's an artist. And I'm asking, where did the first nothing come from, or the first atom?
oh, the first nothing. I've never even
So
thought
how
that
does
either.
how does that engage with the argument?
It doesn't. He's trying to.
Like, let me engage with him. Let me engage with him.
We're trying to use science to define reality, right?
Where am I trying to? I'm sorry. Where am I trying to use science to define reality?
No,
How is that relevant? Dino, put yourself on mute. What the fuck? You can't read the room?
Alright, so maybe I'm not getting your argument. Maybe what would you want to explain? Like maybe there's something I'm not getting.
Yeah. So I'm stating that if you believe in a God under classical theism that is a perfect being, meaning that they're maximally great, self-sufficient, and lacks nothing, then creating or creation seems like an act that's unnecessary or even contradictory to his nature.
And how did you like the
Now,
response?
hold on a second. I'll engage with you right after.
Sure.
I'll engage with you right after. I'm just trying to suss out MMK's confusion here. So now, if you don't believe in that God, right, this argument doesn't apply to you, right? So you don't have to be on the panel if your notion of God is something different. Now, if your notion of God is that of classical theism, right, then you can contend with the argument. But asking me questions on my view really isn't engaging with the argument, because I'm an atheist. I don't believe in God, right? This is a critique on your view. Do you get it?
Right, but I was honestly I was raised by nuns and Christians and stuff like that, so I kind of understand where they come from. So I think I have a right to ask this kind of questions.
Great. So then here's my question. Do you think that God is maximally great?
I think there's a superior being that we call God that is maximally
Okay, do you think that's answering my question? Do you think that's answering my question? Like, did I ask you? Do you think that if there is a superior being or not? Do you think that that's what I asked you, or did I ask you is God maximally great on your view?
Okay, he's operating under the assumption that he agrees with you that well, he doesn't really agree with you, but he's operating under the under your assumption, basically, to kind of poke holes at what you assume by pointing out the characteristics of God.
Right, so I can answer that. So I think God is maximally great if he exists.
Okay, great. So if he exists, he's maximally great. Do you think that God is self-sufficient?
Definitely.
Awesome. And do you think that he lacks nothing?
No.
So he doesn't lack. He has no lacking, right? So then,
Yes, he doesn't lack anything.
yeah, he doesn't lack anything. Perfect. So he doesn't lack anything. He's self-sufficient. He's maximally great. So what explains the act of creation? Why did he create?
Because I think the problem is you're trying to define God from a human perspective. And God is not like this person.
Yeah, so again, look, I'm gonna mute you when you don't answer my question, just so I could restate the question and you could try to answer it. 3 times that I mute you, I'm kicking you off my panel, right? Because that's 3 times that you're not engaging directly with the argument. Is that understood? So the question is, what explains that he created?
What do you mean? Explain to me.
Yeah, what is the explanation with which God wanted to create? Why did he want to create?
So, are you looking for the answer, or are you looking for my perspective?
Is there a difference in terms of whether your perspective? If your perspective derives an answer, then that's what I'm looking for, right? I'm not looking for you to give me the answer that right here might have.
Your perspective should have an objective answer. Is kind of where the discussion is.
We're not having a dissertation. We're talking about religion and belief.
Yeah, but we're talking about the nitty-gritty of what we believe.
But what you're trying to do right now is basically trying to define God from a scientific point of view. Why?
Okay, look, I'm gonna ask you.
Why did you do this?
If it's possible, I'd like to tackle this.
Yeah, look, I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna ask you one more time, right? This is the second time I'm muting you. So now, do you have an answer in terms of why God created? You can unmute MMK.
Yeah, it's clear he's not prepared to answer that.
Okay, so you're asking what did God create?
Yeah, why did God create?
And I keep telling you the same question. You're trying to understand God from a human mind. And I don't believe in God from the Christian perspective.
This is what they do, folks. This is what they do.
Can I tackle it, please? That is crazy. Oh dear God.
Necessarily, I mean,
What did I
just Jim, if you could tackle my my reasoning and see where you find flaw in it.
Yeah, sure. So I think if I recall your answer,
I'd like to get into this.
Yeah, for sure. Let me engage with him because it's kind of hard. If your answer is different,
cool.
then I'm going to be answering like two different questions. So like,
cool, bro.
what did I call you? Maranatha? Maranatha. All right, look, Maranatha. I think your answer was something to the effect of, well, God created not out of necessity, but out of an abundance of His love.
An abundance of His goodness that just naturally overflows into what we observe as creation.
Sure. Does that mean that God's goodness, God's goodness would always entail in creating?
Yeah, and I think we can see that scientifically because we all agree that our universe is expanding.
Okay, so it just seems to say that, at least from your view, that creation is necessitated from God, right? It just follows that God couldn't do anything other than create because His goodness is such that it is so abundant that creation is necessitated from it. Yeah. So if that's the case, it doesn't seem as if though. Well, at least it seems that there may be some theological tension, right? Because Christians are going to take that creation is a free gift, like a choice that God had. But you're saying that, like, look, no, He didn't have a choice. Creation is necessitated. He needs to do. He can't do anything otherwise, right? That kind of there's some tension in terms of God's free will in wanting to create and His need to create because of His nature.
But Jim, if you
I would say, but you're discussing classical theism, and I think if you're going to discuss the perspective from classical theism, you have to look at the highest churches that we have, or the oldest churches that we have. And I think both the Catholic and Orthodox hold to this view that it wasn't necessarily a choice, or because he needed to be motivated to create, or because he lacked something. It was because of the superabundance of love and goodness that is God that creation just naturally flowed. And they ground this theological understanding with how a musician interacts with music, how an artist interacts with art, and even how a husband interacts with his wife.
Right. With the example of the artist, right, the painter, the musician. Right? It seems as if even though they have this like creative nature within them, they have the option not to create, not to paint, or not to compose music or something, right? They have that option. They could do otherwise.
You would say that would be going against their nature.
Why? How does their nature change if they don't create or if they don't paint?
Well, at least from an artist, or at least the artists that I've spoken to, it's almost like the creativity that's inside of them needs to be expressed to some degree.
Okay.
If they choose to suppress it, they feel subjugated, oppressed. They feel like they've been.
Now you invoke this notion of need when you already said that God doesn't need anything, right? Look, I'm a creative, right?
Yo, can I make a point?
Yeah, absolutely. Let me just land this. And look, I'm a creative, and I enjoy creating things, right? Doing photography and art and designing and things like that. But my nature kind of necessitates the need for me to outwardly express that, right? Because without it, I'm lacking something.
But it's causation primarily.
But if it's a decision, hold on, very quickly. If it's a decision, because I've spoken to many, creatives, and I do like the field of, psychology that's, around creativity in general. So, like, if you decided not to create, wouldn't you say that you would feel that you were being subjugated or oppressed to some degree because it's going against?
Yeah, exactly. So, like, look, I agree with you, right?
It's not necessarily a need, though. Because if it was a need, you could choose not.
Maranatha, you asked me a question and I'm answering, and you're like just talking over my answer.
My bad, bro.
Yeah, it's fine. Look, I agree with you, right? As a creative, I have a need, right? I'm lacking some type of outward expression of my creative nature, right? And as such, I need to express that in some type of creativity, right? But this contradicts the notion that you already said that God doesn't need anything. He doesn't need an external world or creation in order to express himself. He's self-sufficient. That's what self-sufficient means, right? But now it seems as if though you're invoking this notion that because of his nature of abundance, I forgot what it was, goodness or something, this necessitates. Now no longer is it a need, but there's an entailment of necessity that's attached to it.
Right.
As
It's
if
necessary.
God could not have done anything else. Hold on a second, Tino. Before you answer, Maranatha, I think Mob wanted to say something. And you could go right after that, Tino.
I did. I don't know. I don't know if you guys are talking about like classical theism and philosophy, but if you are, then you're not a classical theist, Marantha. So you're just conceding because classical theists hold that God freely chose to create, and it's possible that He didn't. That's like a necessary component of classical theism. So if you think,
Well, if you're talking about classical theism, you have to you kind of have to interact with the highest form of classical theism that we have, which is the Catholic and Orthodox faith, right?
yeah,
Okay, so it's the position of both the Catholic and the Orthodox faith that there was no free choice in the act of creation.
That is false.
then they're not like by the current definition in philosophy of classical theism, God chose to create. He could have chosen not to. That's like in the definition of it. You read philosophers like Ryan Mullins or Gavin Kerr, whatever. Like
What church do they belong to?
what church? I don't know. Not all of them. Like Ryan Mullins is not a classical theist. He argues against it. But yeah, so they're all different. Yeah, that's like a tenet of classical theism that they freely choose to create, or God freely choose to not create.
Yeah, I mean that's just not what the Catholic or the Orthodox Church holds with. Because if you're defining classical theism from outside of those two perspectives, then I can see what you're.
Aquinas thinks that God freely chose to not create.
No, he doesn't. Absolutely not.
Yeah.
He says that his goodness diffuses itself. So Aquinas held that it's kind of like when you're in a state of bliss or euphoria, you don't necessarily choose for that state to be expressed outward. It just naturally flows. It's almost like you don't have a control. Now you do have a decision as far as restricting that and suppressing that, but then that naturally comes into conflict. So that kind of can't exist within what we're talking about, because there can't be a conflict within a monotheistic God, because it's monotheistic, right? That conflict would be something opposed to.
Hold on.
Yeah.
I'm gonna pull up a quote.
In the meanwhile, while he's pulling it up, Tino, did you want to go?
Yeah. No, I'm Christian, by the way, and one of the things that I did specifically was I took a step away from religion, just to make sure, like, this isn't something that's inherently instilled to me by my parents and so forth. And so one of the things that, I pinpointed at least, or pointed together in conglomerates, was the Hubble parameter, primarily, pointing vacuum energy and matter creation, Friedman's equation, Einstein's field equation, and then what I call my dynamics of existence and non-existence. And I think there's a beauty in just understanding that sometimes it's okay to just say, like, what is it just is. And so I forgot who wrote the book, but there's this book Boy, are you eating chips? But anyways, there's this book called Flatlands, and one of the things that we're talking about is primarily like the intentions or the causality of why God created us. And one of the perspectives that I always dwell onto, and this is my younger friend that blew my mind when he told me this, because we were just going through one of my theories, which is perceptual existence, was the fact that if we're walking through a corn maze and we're going through point A to point B to point C to point A, and we're going through the means of the fabric of time, like we're literally making decisions, and at the end of the day, our decisions lead to some end result, right? Causation. If I go straight, I'm going to go straight, and I have the options of going left, right? This is more of a quantitative aspiration that is being, I guess, very marginalized to something that I'm hoping everyone can compartmentalize, I guess. So essentially, what he introduced, us going through life and us going through our reasoning and us going through, this maze, is what happens if instead of walking through the maze, you were above the maze and you were watching me walk through it. You know every possible outcome that could happen. And that proves in a way that potentiality is powerful. Because at the end of the day, we believe in free will, but then yet
I'm gonna stop you right. So
yeah, go ahead.
You're making a lot of points here, but I'm not sure how this is engaging.
What I'm saying is, us as humans, we have the conceptual reality of walking through a maze, but God is the bird that's above the maze that can see all possible routes when we're still trying to figure things out. To be concise.
So I appreciate that.
So,
I was gleaming that from the explanation, but
Yeah.
I'm still failing to see how that engages with
the conversation, right? No, it's just more of a curiosity, because to me, again, causation seems to be more of the counter argument. Why did God create this? Who created God? What made this? And so forth. It's always like this domino effect, because us as humans, we always have to reason through things. We always have to have some kind of explanation for why things are the way that they are. And my basis, at least on my argument and my theory, is potential. And I say that because of quantum fluctuations. Because at the end of the day, if quantum fluctuations, aka the Big Bang, was for some reason this explosion of potential, then what was a singularity?
So do
It
you,
was both
so
the
do you,
one and the zero.
so do you think that God is
Same
perfect?
time. It was both the one and the zero at the same time, because what ended up happening when God existed
Tino,
was when that zero
Tino,
became a one.
do you think that God needs anything?
God just is.
Yes or
It has
no?
to happen in order. If God
Stop.
didn't happen,
Stop.
then we
Stop.
wouldn't exist.
Stop. Does God
And then
need
did we have to
anything?
happen? Do
Wait,
we
I
need to
thought you were
exist?
making fun of that other guy for not tracking.
Am I not tracking?
Yeah, you're like telling a fairy tale or like a riddle or something.
Yeah, you're going all over the place.
Okay. My apologies. I'll go ahead.
I
Re-ask
actually
your question.
understand what he's saying. To be honest with you.
Yeah, we understand what he's saying. It's just not relevant
No,
at
go ahead.
all.
Re-ask. No, go ahead. Re-ask. I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, Jim.
Even if it was relevant, we would have to break down everything that you're saying. I think it'll be better for the conversation if we stick.
Well, that's what I'm just saying.
Specifically
Like,
to what the host is laying out.
then explain the Big Bang, because again, we're trying to explain. I asked earlier, what is nothing, and nothing to me is everything. So potentiality defines everything.
I think what he's trying to say is to put God in a box, we're already making a categorical error because we're humans and we're made to think very.
We have a limit.
Yeah.
But that
And
that's
even
something
because of our reasoning limits us.
Guess what
Well,
he's
thank
trying
you.
to say.
I'm
can't
not.
think. We're very crazy thinkers to begin with. So for us to put God in
I think a lot of really good points are being made here. Isn't that right, John?
I never thought about
I get stimulated.
like
off
what
of
is
this.
nothing. That's
This is my schmeck. This is literally like me getting down on a Friday. Like literally, this
Are you
is my.
just bad at actual sex?
This is better than that, because like think about it though. Like if what is nothing, because we're already assigning it an abstract word. We're already like
whoa.
determining what it is. We're determining what it is
Whoa.
by giving it a word.
Is this
That's powerful.
but is this another one
Oh
of
my
your
God, you're
theories?
right.
Huh?
Is this another one of your theories?
No. I'm just
Going back
it's
to
just
the
simple what you are using reasoning. It's just like, what is it? What is nothing? Because you're describing nothing by using it as a word.
Well,
No,
let's just
what
go
is it?
back.
Then what is it?
Let's just
Explain
go
to
back.
me what nothing is.
Let's just go back to what the host was laying down here. Can you see that there could be a possibility where creation doesn't necessarily necessitate motivation?
Necessarily necessitate?
Like it doesn't need any like in order for something to be created doesn't mean that the creator needed to lack something or needed to be motivated to something.
I think the motivation is
Yeah.
what
So
throws.
I'm sorry. I think that was a question for me.
Oh, sorry. I'm
No,
asshole.
you're good.
I'll let you go.
No, you're good.
Sorry.
You're good. That's fine. I know it's tough on a panel to track who's talking, but I think that was Maranatha was talking to me about that.
Yeah, I was
So
asking.
can you repeat that question one more time? Oh, yeah. If creation doesn't need motivation in order for
Is there a scenario where creation,
well, I mean,
without
like if you're just saying that, there's nothing to explain why God created, right? Such that He doesn't have motivation or He lacks of anything. And you're saying that like creation seems to be this random thing that just happened. There's nothing
It's
to
not.
explain.
No, it's not random though. That's the thing. What I'm saying, because randomness is randomness even still has some kind of sorting through it.
Tino, is your view the same as Maranatha's view?
So I'm gonna give you a group of random numbers.
Hey, bro.
1, 2
Answer that
3,
question.
4.
Answer that question.
I'm gonna go over the same rules I did with MMK. I'm gonna mute you once when you're answering. If it happens 3 times, I'm kicking you. So the question again is, do you have the same view that Maranatha has?
I'm just intrigued. That's all. I like to have fun. I'm sorry if I'm.
Yeah, was the question whether you are intrigued or not intrigued, or was the question if you have the same view that Maranatha has?
I don't know. Genuinely, I don't know. I don't remember.
So then, if the answer that I was giving was to Maranatha's view, I'm not sure if you don't know if the view is the same why you're answering.
I just got excited.
Okay, that's fine. So let me engage with Maranatha for a second, and then we can engage.
Okay.
So Maranatha, again, like I was saying, if there's nothing that explains it and there's no motivation, it seems as if what you're saying is that creation seemed to just happen randomly. And I don't take it that you think God is a being who acts randomly or irrationally or something.
No, I wouldn't hold that He acts randomly, but I wouldn't. I still hold to the position that it wasn't because He lacked something or because He was motivated to something that He created. And I guess you're not okay with can you clarify why you weren't okay with the reasoning that it was just a natural, it was just a natural progression of, the overabundance of what His nature
Yeah,
is?
that's fine. So it seems as if though what you're saying is, again, to reiterate, that creation just necessarily follows from God's nature, because God's nature is such that it's overabundant in goodness or love or whatever, and so therefore creation needed to follow, right? But if that's the case, where I'm having an issue with, at least theologically, there seems to be some theological tension, that if creation is necessary, right, it could not have been any other way, then this notion of God choosing to create or giving us creation as a free gift doesn't seem to follow, right? Because to choose means that you could have done otherwise, and you're stipulating that God could not have done otherwise. He could only create.
I see. So I guess from the Christian perspective, we would have to prove how that decision was truly free, I guess, in the truest sense, and didn't need any condition, I guess.
Sure, I think another explanation would have to follow. Then, if God created from choice, right? He's free will. Well, what motivated that? What motivated that? If it wasn't something that was lacking, and by lacking, I just mean when one invokes this language of desire or want, it implies that there is like some lack. And if God is a perfect being who is self-sufficient and lacks nothing, that doesn't seem to suffice as an answer.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. And
I know John is giving me looks of disapproval here. But yeah, let me know if you're done, and we could move on to someone else. You could hang out and think about it, or we could.
Yeah, definitely mull it over. Yeah, for sure. So why didn't you like the analogy of being a creative yourself? Why didn't you like the analogy that if you were to suppress your
Yeah. So like as a non-perfect being, right?
right.
I wouldn't say that I'm self-sufficient, right? And so because I'm not self-sufficient, I need to express, like, let's say I have some desire to be creative, right? I need to express that. There's a lack in me, and so I need to express that somehow, right? And therefore, I go and create. I design a building, or I go out and shoot photography or something. And so, without that, I would be lacking. But that doesn't apply to God, because God is self-sufficient, right? He doesn't need anything external of himself. And so, for you to say, well, similar to an imperfect being that needs something exterior to themselves to be able to realize their nature, such as God, well, now you're just kind of showing that God isn't self-sufficient.
So you're saying the expression is the reality that you're lacking something to be expressed, I guess?
Yeah.
Okay, I kind of see what you're saying. Because the way I think about it is, how can you lack something you haven't created yet?
Well, there's a desire within me to want to do something, right? To want to create.
But that desire is not necessarily contingent on what you're going to create, or they want to
Yeah, like the creation could be anything, right? The creation could be anything, but it's that outward expression of the desire that I have in order for it to actualize into something external to myself. That is what's in contention here. Because God, if he's self-sufficient, doesn't need anything external of himself.
Can I respond to that?
If I want a girlfriend and I don't have a girlfriend, then I'm lacking something that I want, right?
18,000 steps today.
But that's determinism. What you guys are arguing is randomness versus determinism, which I think
Not really. So, like, look, determinism is going to be like. Are you talking about theological determinism or
correct.
natural?
Because, like, again,
determinism or what?
what we're trying to talk about, again, primarily was based off of what I got muted for, was on the argument of randomness. But then I think randomness, regardless, is woven into existence, literally shaping everything, again, from the atomic behavior to human thought. And I mean, to me, whether true randomness exists or if it's just a complex form of determinism, to me, it remains, obviously unknown.
Randomness,
But
complex form of determinism. Mitch, can you say something to this guy? He keeps saying stuff like quantum fluctuation, atomic habit, the 48 laws of power. What is
because
it?
we're talking about probability. Because probability, you introduce, yes, randomness, but then you also introduce determinism. Something's actualized, but then yet at the same time, something is not actualized. The difference in between nothing versus something, right? Isn't that the line that we're arguing? Because then we can argue free will versus determinism. We can, talk about probability theory, and we can even talk about genetic mutations in itself.
Holy yap.
Yeah, like, look, I think that these notions of determinism and indeterminism are topics that are that could be discussed divorced of this notion of God, right?
Fair. No, that's fair.
Yeah. So, like, I think when we're talking about what we're really trying to pinpoint, right, is this notion of a perfect being and how that reconciles with this notion of him wanting to create.
Of creation, yeah.
Oh.
Davey, going back to what you said, because that was a good point, and it kind of got me thinking. So you're saying, like, just because, can you say that example again with the girlfriend?
If I want a girlfriend and I don't have one, then I'm lacking something.
But isn't it, but the it's not that you're lacking a girlfriend, but you're lacking the love that you want to share with that other individual, right? That love is still there. Whether
I'm lacking both.
But if you lack love, then
I'm lacking both a girlfriend and the things that a girlfriend brings.
Like hand jobs.
Yeah, I need to clarify that, because I guess you guys are saying that the creation is linked to the desire to create, and having a girlfriend is linked to the desire of having a girlfriend or not having a girlfriend. I'm confused. No, I got to mull it over. But it was a good point.
Why would a perfect being have desires?
That's the thing, you guys. He doesn't have desires. It's just more of a self-actualization of the fact that he is God. He just is. Without randomness, everything becomes static. It's predictable.
Does
And it's
God
life.
does God desire that children don't get raped?
Again, without randomness, existence would be static, predictable, and lifeless. What you're arguing contradicts itself.
Should I just
engaging with the question?
Should I just ask the question again?
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Does God desire that children not be raped?
It has to happen, sadly, because it's free will.
Can you answer the
What?
question?
You're not answering the question.
You're not answering the
It has
question.
to happen. I said it has to happen.
Bro,
But that's not what I
Yeah, like the question is in, does it have to happen or not happen?
It's a yes or no question. He desires it or he doesn't desire it.
I mean, at the end of the day, you're associating human emotions with a deity, brother.
Look, it's a strict
Still not
dichotomy.
answering the
Either
question.
God desires that children not be raped or he doesn't desire it.
Who would desire that?
How is it free will if
Okay,
it's
so can you answer the question?
Who would desire that? But then yet at the same time, who would take away from someone's agency?
I desire that children not be raped.
yeah.
And I do too, but there are people out there that do it. So
Okay, that's great. Okay, so you're just running away from the question. Can you answer it?
sadly, God does not desire it, but then yet at the same time, He desires us having the ability to.
Try that one more time.
So
He does
so
not
just-
desire it. He does not
But just
desire
to be
it.
clear, God
He
does not desire. God
He
does not desire that children don't
He
get
does
raped.
not desire it. He does not desire it.
Does it make sense to say that a perfectly good being doesn't desire that children don't get raped?
Without, okay, so
That was another question.
again, what I am telling you, because what you guys are talking about is something that is certain, that's lacking randomness. Without randomness, again, life would be static, predictable, and lifeless. There would be no life. What you guys are talking about is...
What the hell are you talking about?
Because he's saying something that I get what he's trying to say, because it makes me seem like I'm contradicting myself, but then yet at the same time,
It
there
doesn't
would
make
be
you
no
see. It just makes.
R-word.
It's just.
I'm not asking you what they're talking about. I'm asking
Okay.
you, what are you talking about?
He's asking me a question. Does
I'm
God-
asking you
Oh
what
my God, you
you're
are so
talking
bad
about.
at listening. It's actually
Like,
insane.
okay, hey,
No,
look,
again,
look,
I'm
wait,
answering
stop.
his question. Okay,
Hold
go
on,
ahead, sorry.
stop. Look. Let's try it a different way, where I think you would maybe try to be a little bit more honest. When someone asks you a question, repeat the question back, so we understood that you heard what the question is, and you're actually responding to the
Yeah,
question.
so start
we
with
asked you.
start with when after the person completes their question. Start with okay. So the question was so and so, and my answer is so and so.
Right. That's how you know.
Okay,
it.
so does it make sense to say that a perfectly good being lacks the desire to see children not getting raped?
Well, such a loaded question, but no, obviously, perfect being.
Loaded question.
Actually, you know what? Yes.
As far as that a loaded
Yes.
question.
Yes. I'm gonna answer yes. Actually, to that. Yeah, I'm gonna say yeah.
Okay, so what does it mean to be good?
What does it mean to be perfect? To be
Yeah, what does it
perfect,
mean to be perfectly good?
completeness to me.
To be perfectly good is completeness.
Well, and I'm just gonna be very cautious here, because like if we really want to be concise, the root definition of good means excellent, fine, and valuable, desirable, favorable, and beneficial. I think beneficial, sometimes, and as a child, sadly, of someone that has been essayed, I wish that didn't happen to me, but at the same time, I'm grateful for that.
Oh my god.
And he asked me a question,
Oh my
and I don't mean to be anecdotal, but
Dude, I seriously fucking can't with that.
okay, I won't talk about that.
Instead of the derailing, can we just stay?
No, but what I'm just saying is, just because it's bad doesn't mean it's not good.
That just means not good.
No, what happened to me was bad, but that doesn't mean it wasn't good for the total outcome of my life.
So it
Because
was,
What
so it was
the
both bad and good.
So if it had a good outcome, then it essentially was good that it happened.
but it was a bad situation, because what he just brought up, again, it was a loaded question. It was a bad situation for anybody.
I think
but
what
for
he's
me,
trying to
I'm
say.
what he's asking.
I think
Dude,
what he's
this
trying to
guy-
say. I think. Let me
I
just.
don't know
I
what
think
he's
what
trying
he's
to say,
trying
but I think you need
need some
You
therapy.
shouldn't,
That's what he
like,
needs.
I think what he's trying to say, in the face of suffering, you have two choices. You can either, succumb to the suffering, or you can try to find the good within the suffering.
Hey, I'm sorry, Jim. Are you asking something? Or are you saying something?
I'm not. No.
As a rule of thumb, try not to accuse people of asking loaded questions if you don't know what a loaded question is.
Again, to me, it seems very specifically directional into me being able to contradict myself.
Yeah,
When
it's
again,
called-
I stood.
It's called a
I said-
reductio.
So I'll just reiterate myself. Don't
Yeah, go ahead.
accuse
Go
people
ahead.
of asking loaded questions if you don't know.
And
the
again,
loaded
and I'm
question.
not trying to be mean. I like to have.
I don't care if you're trying to be mean. You can try to be mean. That's fine.
No, I genuinely want to. I don't want to be mean to you because I don't know you and it's not fair to you. So I want to have like a good, engaging conversation.
Just so I'm sure we're on the same page.
Yeah.
Can you tell me what a loaded question is?
To me, a loaded question is a question that is forcing you to answer in a specific way.
Well,
it's loaded in the fact that you gave me context, but that context.
That might be true of certain loaded questions, but more specifically, a loaded question is one that is basically loaded with a proposition that the person answering it doesn't already accept. So, like the question.
Right, and I don't accept, but I have to accept.
The question, did you stop beating your wife? It's loaded with the proposition that at some point you were beating your wife. But
I mean, at that point,
it's not clear what proposition my question was loaded with.
So again, what I'm saying when I say loaded question, and again, I apologize, and I could be completely incorrect. Like, I mean, please correct me. And
Well, if it's a loaded question, then you can explain what's the underlying presupposition.
Okay, so like let's. I mean, come on now. Like Google is literally free, so I'm just gonna Google loaded question. It's really not that. A question that contains an assumption. And again, your assumption was the fact that I had to agree with you. And because of that, that's why I didn't want to answer it, because it may be controversial or unjustified. And because of the fact that it's not necessarily fair in context of this conversation, because what I was, sorry, I'm yelling. I'm just really passionate about this. And I just want to explain that so it doesn't seem like I'm being mean. But again, my problem was randomness has to exist.
Okay, look, you're like really bad.
And that's good and evil. Yeah, good and evil. It's a duality.
You're really all over the place. It's just really hard to talk to you. Like you're really all over the place. So can we just try to stay?
Well, look, where am I diverging?
So like your Google definition stated, a loaded question has a hidden assumption that the person answering doesn't already accept, right?
Yeah.
So what was the hidden assumption in my question?
The hidden assumption was the fact that I would have to comply and just saying God is a bad person for allowing bad things to happen, even though he claims to be perfect.
Why would that be a hidden assumption of the question? It's just a yes or no question.
Well, again, I just answered it the way that I could, and actually,
why would it be a hidden assumption that you have to answer a certain way?
Because it's a Boolean expression. There really isn't too much either outside of a yes or a no.
Yes. Yeah, exactly.
But I think there's more to that.
Because it's a true dichotomy.
Oh, okay. So I think that's where we discross.
Either it does make sense or it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, but why can't it be both? Why can't it just
both make sense and it doesn't make sense?
Yeah, I mean it's both the true and the false.
That's just a contradiction.
Then quantum physics is a contradiction. The cat is dead.
What the fuck does that have to do with anything?
Quantum physics doesn't.
It abides by Boolean expressions. It's either yes or a no, and it's in between, which makes it quantum.
Yeah,
I'm just saying.
If it's in between, that means it's not.
That means it's not determined. But then, because of that state, then at the end of the day, it could be open up to interpretation, right? Until it becomes determined.
You understand that if something is in between, if something is in between 0 and 1, it's neither 0 nor 1. So
Right. The cat in the box. Until it's determined, right? We're looking at the cat in the box. Is the catalog.
Okay. Stop. Please stop yapping. Okay. So when you said, okay, why can't it be both? Right? That means it's both true and false. It's both 0 and 1. Or are you saying it's in between 0 and 1? It's neither true nor false?
I'm saying it's open to, interpretation, which has the potential to be either.
I gave you a strict dichotomy, and you said, why can't it be both? Right? So it's like if like
You're
so it's like if I
contradicting
ask,
yourself.
that's like if I ask, am I inside or am I not inside? You say, well, why can't it be both? Why can't you be both inside and not inside?
But then what determines that? What determines that?
What determines what?
What determines either you being outside or inside? What
I
is
didn't say
that?
outside, I just said not inside.
It wasn't
Okay,
outside.
so
It was not
my
inside.
bad.
Yeah.
But then okay, so what is the difference? What is that fine line in between?
Between what? It doesn't matter. It doesn't
Between
matter.
you
It matters.
inside or
All that
outside?
matters is that you can't be both inside and not inside at the same time, because that's a contradiction.
But then what determines that? Whether you're outside or inside? Because then you have
It
to
doesn't matter what. It doesn't matter what.
irrelevant.
All that matter. Okay, since this is like that's like a really hard example for some reason for you. Here's like maybe a better example.
I'm trying my best. I'm sorry.
Okay, here's a better example. Am I reading a book or am I not reading a book? And then you say, why can't it be both? Why can't you be both reading?
No, I mean I don't know. Are you reading a book?
Yeah, but either I'm reading a book or I'm not reading a book, right?
Yeah, but then I don't know. But then are you?
Well,
reading
but
a
it
book?
can't. But it can't be both, right?
No, but are you reading a book or not? Because you're obviously on
That's-
TikTok.
It's just a
No, but
question.
can it be both?
No, are you reading a book or not?
Can it be both?
But are you?
Can you just answer the question?
It can
We don't know because again, at the end of the day, we don't know. Does it?
Can you, look, can you just answer the question? Can it be that I'm both reading a book and not reading a book?
Yes, because that hasn't been determined. It has not been
Oh
determined.
my god.
Okay, then that just means that it's neither.
Yeah, that's fair, and I can agree with that. So back to your main point.
But it hasn't. If it hasn't been.
Back to your main point. Back to your main point. We're talking about a loaded question.
I don't think you don't know. You don't know what my main point is. So don't talk about my main point.
I'm not trying to be rude. Gee.
It just depends what you mean by book, Davey. If by book you mean Kindle, then you're not reading a book.
Well, then you have to equivocate.
Yeah,
Don't make fun of e-reader, bro. I love my e-reader. Chill.
Oh my god.
It's not my fault that you're not defining your terms. I don't have to equivocate.
I know.
Yo,
It's my fault. I'm not really.
Okay, Tino. How about this? Either I'm on TikTok or I'm not on TikTok, right? Can it be both?
No, you're on TikTok because obviously you're talking.
No, but can it be both?
No, you're on TikTok. You are literally on TikTok.
I'm saying can it be both at the same time that I'm on TikTok and not on TikTok?
You are on
Hey,
TikTok.
can you please? Can you please answer?
Yeah,
No,
but
it's
no,
certain.
look, wait,
There's
hold on.
100% fact that he is on
No,
TikTok.
just wait.
Tino, can you repeat back the question Davey asked you?
Am I on TikTok? Yes.
No, oh
That
my
is not
God.
the question. That's not the question.
This is what I mean.
Like you actually can't be this bad of a listener, can you?
No, go ahead. You can repeat it. I apologize.
Just say
I
yes.
didn't
You
know.
can be on TikTok on one phone and off TikTok on the other.
Oh my god. You're
Okay, that's true. That's I mean that's true.
You're
But
the
yet at
arbiter of
same time, he
confusion.
still is
You know, John is just trolling, right?
But he's also not. No, I mean, but to be fair, how are you going to argue that you're not on TikTok even though you are on
Hey
TikTok?
Tino,
Because yet at the
just
same
trust.
Because
You got the
just say,
question
well,
wrong.
even if you have another phone, you're still on.
Why can't it be both?
Because no, you're still on TikTok. More of the way goes to you being on TikTok because that is everything that we can all determine to
Yeah,
be
but
true.
if we're saying it's both, then saying that I'm on TikTok doesn't rule out that it's both because you're just saying that one part, the first part is true. That doesn't mean that the second part is.
So then I think at the end of the day that us as rational human beings, then we can see that there actually is more truth to saying that you are on TikTok than it would be a fallacy to just say you're not on TikTok.
Hey, Tino, do you want to try and
You can have two phones,
ask
you
the
can be
question that he asked you again? Do you want to try and restate the question again?
Why don't
I mean, he's just.
Why don't you just use a simple example of Mary's absence?
No, I'm a bad listener. I mean, like, come on now. I'm aware of that.
I can-
I really.
Okay, let's say a shape either has three sides or it doesn't have three sides, right?
Okay.
Can it be both?
Can you have a circular rectangle? A circle rectangle. A circle.
I mean, technically.
Thinking about
I
it.
mean, in a
Well,
way.
a rectangle is defined as a shape with four sides, and a circle isn't defined that way. In fact, it's
Right.
not. You can't be a circle and have four sides. So what do you mean in a way?
Entirely different.
I don't know what you're talking
Called a
about.
logical
No, I mean, it's an entirely different shape because then, I mean, let's just say it has two sides. Maybe it just has one side. Maybe, I don't know. I genuinely don't know. I don't know.
It's not.
You don't know what? You don't know if you can have a square
No, I
circle?
don't know. Yeah, I don't know how to answer it. Genuinely, I don't.
Okay, here, let me do it in terms that you'll understand.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, I'm not saying that.
No, that's what I'm just saying. Like, please, let's just talk with each other.
Yeah, can
Nice
God
maybe,
exist?
I'm
Can
trying
God-
my best.
Okay, can God exist and not exist simultaneously?
That's not a good example.
Dude, there's
trying to bring out, like,
genuinely a hamster fight.
Man, can I ask the host a question?
There is genuinely a
he
hamster
exists
fight
outside of
going on
space.
in
He
your
doesn't
head for
exist
the
in
wheel.
space.
But what is existence?
What is nothing?
That's a good question.
Exactly.
Wait,
that's what I've been asking the whole time.
Tino,
What
can
is
something
nothing?
be nothing and not nothing at the same
Wait
time?
a second. Am I missing
No,
something? I thought
nothing
we
is
were-
everything.
Tino,
Nothing is
nothing
everything.
nothing is a quantifier phrase. Does that help you?
Well, I just say nothing is everything. I mean, I base it off of primarily potentiality. That's just it.
Nothing be everything at this. Oh my God. Okay.
But nothing is the opposite of everything, isn't it?
No, I would actually say they're in tandem with each other. I would say they're actually closer than we really truly hold to our beliefs. Because I mean, otherwise.
So then you'd have
I'm
to
just saying. I mean, I know this is gonna go completely over your head, but
Oh, because I'm
nothing
I'm
is something like nothing is something like.
Wait, really quick, Davey.
Yeah.
Really quick.
No,
So,
this is fun.
Did you say nothing and everything is in tandem with each other?
Yeah, you did.
Yeah. No, I did.
Okay, have you ever said to an atheist that they believe the universe came out of nothing?
I would think that atheists have some form of belief of existence happening for a reason, causation.
Well, do you think atheists believe that the universe came out of nothing?
I don't think atheists do.
No,
Not
do you
much
believe? Okay.
We never said it to
But like, if an atheist said that hypothetically, if everything is in tandem with nothingness, then you could just be like an atheist believes that the universe came out of everything. Doesn't make sense.
Well, I mean, I don't know you as an atheist. My atheist,
Okay.
from what I've understood from myself.
I'm not an atheist.
Yeah. No, I get what you're trying to ask, but I don't know. Genuinely,
Wait. So if I say like nothing is on my plate, I'm saying that there isn't something that's on my plate. Can I just swap that and say everything is on my plate?
Fat juice.
If you are but then that's the thing. There is the potential of there being
It's like
something
that
on your plate.
that like
And
Dane
because there
that
is the
Dane Cook
potential, it
joke
can
where
be either
he's
or.
like, just tell me what you don't want on the sandwich. You know?
Tino, we're talking about can two things be actual? We're not talking about potential. Can two things
Yes,
using
it can
our
be
conscience
not true and true at the same time. Yes.
Holy fuck, bro.
in the same sense?
Yeah, but no. He doesn't even understand what he's saying. He's saying something can be true and but also possibly false.
Correct.
Are you
That's not what
That's just
we're
not
not
interesting.
saying. But we're not saying anything about possibility. We're talking about actuality, right? Like,
Right.
can I
Something
can
be
I have-
actually true and actually false.
right now,
Correct.
right? You don't know what I'm doing right now, right? Let's
Right.
say I have 2 feet on the ground, or I have 1 foot on the ground and my other foot is up. Can both be true at the same time? In
And then
actuality,
the worst part is I actually did say that earlier. I just said until it's like fully actualized, then
no.
we're gonna hold more true to what is actually being presented in front of us.
Yes
That's
or
natural.
no? We're talking about what if you have 2 options, and I'm saying either I have 2 feet on the ground, or I have.
But what's that middle ground was what I was arguing.
Listen. Okay. I can
How
either
do I
have no
answer
feet
that
on the
if
ground.
you're
Hey,
giving me two options?
Either I have no feet on the ground, 1 foot on the ground, or 2 feet on the ground.
Oh my God, you're pissing
Okay.
off
I
the
want
team.
to talk to Davey. I want to talk to Davey.
Tino, holy moly, brother.
I mean,
I can't believe you pissed off a team. He always stays completely calm and lets the conversation go nowhere.
Yeah,
You guys
I'm
can't have
always
fun.
super calm unless somebody just dodges everything I'm saying. Now, Tino, either I have 2 feet on the ground.
wait,
1 foot on the ground, or
Hatim,
no
stop
feet on the
interrupting
ground.
Tino.
Oh my-
Tino was trying to say something.
I'm not. I was.
Yeah,
Go
let
ahead.
Tino finish.
No, I was just saying we're having fun now.
Either I have no feet on the ground, 2 feet on the ground, or 1 foot on the ground. Now,
What?
could I have 2 out of the 3 happen simultaneously?
Why are we introducing a third option?
Can all 3 happen simultaneously? They all have the potential to happen. Yes.
Did you hear the word potential?
No, but you asked me a question. Do you have 1 feet on the ground, 2 feet on the ground, or do you have?
Tino, you know what you're doing? I'm asking, are you at the movie theater? And then you say, I'm potentially at the movie theater. That's not answering the question, is it?
Well, I don't know if I'm going to go to the movies tonight or not. I'm still thinking.
Holy fuck, bro.
Yeah, but that's not answering the question. We're asking, are you
but what's that middle ground? What is that middle ground?
Tino,
And again, I'm asking
Tino, do you
between
trust
yes
us? Just
and
trust
no.
that. Trust that you're not grasping it.
There's a true dichotomy.
You're not grasping it.
Trust that you don't know what you're talking about, and we know what we're talking about, at least enough to communicate, at least enough to be right about this, and that you are completely and utterly confused. Can you trust us that much?
I don't know you guys.
Okay, do you know what a true dichotomy is? Tino, wait. Can I try something? Let me try something. Let me try something.
Tino, I'm gonna try a real easy one, okay? Real quick. Do you have a doctorate's degree?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, now.
Oh my god, look, he actually answered your question. Instead of potentially I have a doctorate degree.
Wait, why didn't you answer you potentially had one?
Because I don't have one.
Are you saying you couldn't potentially get a doctorate degree?
Did we break ground over here or what?
No, I don't have one. I mean, I just simply don't have one. That is the truth of the situation.
Okay.
But then how do you know that
potential to get
Are you at the movie theater?
How do you know that I'm not lying? I could be lying to y'all. I could have my doctorate.
That's not relevant.
Holy shit! Yeah.
I'm pretty sure you're not lying.
Prior probability that you're lying is low.
I'm pretty sure you're not lying.
Right. So we're basing it primarily off of probability, which is again based off of the assortment of randomness, right?
Wait, Tino, stop, please. Stop, please.
Not what
Stop,
we're
please.
talking about. We're talking about same
If
time
by
temporal
assortment of
notions.
randomness you mean your existence, then yes.
Okay. Now, Tino. Wait.
Is there anyone else in queue?
Tino.
Am I really that dumb?
Yeah. Well, I don't. Just on this subject, you might be great. Look.
I don't have to say you're dumb. Like, I think
You might be great in other places.
Is there anybody else in queue? Like, basically get rid of this guy.
Yeah, Tino. Tino. Look.
I'm just asking. I can't see who's in queue. I'm not a moderator. I was just wondering if there was anyone else.
No, I'm gonna leave. I know exactly what you said. I understood your intention. Your timing was terrible. But anyways, you guys, have a good night.
Wait, Tino, pause.
Have a good night.
Wait.
I will hear you out. Go ahead.
Okay, hear me out. Okay, I'm a Christian. I took my pillow off. Okay. So let me. You're a Christian, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm a Christian. You're a Christian. I am not an atheist. These are just people I hang out with because I hate myself.
Well, you could be an atheist and a Christian at the same time.
Me too. Do you read my bio? It says
You're potentially an atheist.
Yeah, you're potentially an atheist. If you're a Christian, you're also not a Christian.
So Tino, let me just explain. Okay, let me explain something. Okay. Have you ever heard of the laws of logic?
I've heard it from someone, but I don't know it verbatim.
Okay,
I
all right.
really don't know it.
So here's a basic crash course. Okay. Identity. Something is what it is. An apple is an apple. Okay. Non-contradiction. An apple is not an orange. Okay. So can you agree with me? Really quick, 1 second.
There's multiple rules of logic, though. That's the thing.
Wait, one thing. Okay. Well, we'll get there. Okay.
There are three
So
of them.
specifically, do you agree with me that an apple is an apple?
Yeah, we can agree on that.
Okay, cool. Can we agree that an apple is not an orange?
Correct.
Okay. Can we agree that those statements are either true or false?
Law of non-contradiction.
Yes. So there's law of identity, law of non-contradiction, law of excluded middle. Excluded middle. You can listen. I don't care if you deny excluded middle on account of vagueness or something.
No, I'm
That's not
I'm really on Google.
Something could be an apple and an orange. You mean apple and not apple?
Yeah.
But no, continue. Sorry, I didn't mean to diverge. Go ahead.
Wait, are you talking to me, Mitch?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You mean apple and not apple?
Yeah, apple and orange isn't a true dichotomy.
an orange is not an apple.
Well.
So apple and not apple. Apple and orange. I was just trying to give it. I'm not trying to use not Apple with.
Yeah. I
I'm
got
trying
it.
to. Does that make sense? Okay.
Image, keep up.
Yeah. So Tino, what we're trying to represent. I don't know the original argument. I forget.
Law of identity, law to exclude the
Okay.
middle, and then you're saying.
One second. It's okay.
No,
So,
I'm trying to comprehend. That's all. Sorry.
no, that's fine. So
Wait, what did he say?
when you get off,
I said I'm trying to comprehend, Davey.
Yeah.
No,
so-
before that.
All right, I'm done. No, Davey, honestly, no, you're just not a good person.
No, I
Like,
didn't.
genuinely, I respect your intellect. I respect your intellect, but you're intellectually an asshole, brother.
All he did is all he said.
Go ahead, brother. You can
Just
finish.
ask
and
what
then
he
we'll
said,
finish.
bro.
I wasn't listening.
Davey, fuck you. But brother, you
Wait,
can
hey! Be nice to Davey!
Wait, but also potentially not fuck
I was
you.
asking what you said because I didn't hear what you said.
Davey, fuck you.
Tino,
Does
relax!
Davey, wait, does Davey have the potential?
No,
Tino,
listen.
does
I'm
Davey
relaxed.
have the
Does
potentiality
Davey
to
have
be
the
good,
potential
though?
to fuck himself? Yes. Fuck yourself.
Wow, damn.
The
I was
fuck,
going
Tino?
a different way. Sorry, Davey. I didn't mean to give him.
Christian.
I didn't mean to give him gas.
Yeah. So, okay. So Tino, I don't know what the original argument was. I don't know how we got here exactly. I was listening, but I was also eating Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
As you should.
Yeah. So,
Yeah, John pours his milk into the bag.
oh, dude,
Fucking
no.
psycho.
No, I hate. Listen, something about me. I despise soggy cereal. Like,
Oh, okay.
absolutely despise it. And Cinnamon Toast Crunch has the consistency to get very soggy very quickly.
I'm
I-
glad I know that. Continue with Tino.
And so
I despise
because
racism.
Because of that,
Yeah, I think racism is bad.
Yeah. You think soggy cereal's bad? I
You're
think
making me
racism
actually
is
wanna
bad.
Eat some cereal right now. Let me go get some.
yeah, the consistency of Cinnamon Toast Crunch just does not allow for me to eat it with milk. I have to eat milk. I shove my face with a
Why do
spoon.
you say it like that?
Toast Crunch.
What the heck?
Milk.
I shove my face with a, I
Milk?
shove my face with a spoonful
Milk?
of Cinnamon Toast Crunch, and then I drink milk to wash it down.
Milk?
Pause.
Do you say John, when you lay your head down at night, do you lay your head down on your pillow?
And Davey, fuck you.
People who say milk say pillow.
Yeah, pillow.
Hello.
Pillow.
Wait, can you say the word for that little thing that you draw with in like school? It's like starts with a C, ends with an N.
Pencil? Wait, what?
That's clipped.
Starts with a C, ends with an N. Pencil.
Okay.
Wait,
Yeah,
Tino, call John a dumbass. He just said pencil starts with a C and ends with an N.
David,
No, specifically the thing you draw with in school. It's like
Davey, I don't
more
like
than two letters.
I don't like you.
He didn't say
Relax,
C.
Tino,
He said
relax.
P.
Relax.
No, I said
So
C.
I respected you too.
I said C.
I
No, I
respected
did say
you too.
C.
That's the worst part. And you're
Oh, you did say
I
C?
can't imagine how you're talking
I
to
said
other people.
C.
Jim, please don't kick him.
Yeah, wait, how do you say that?
Okay.
Nah, kick me.
Wait.
I deserve it.
Tino, can you
Believe in the
dislike?
person here.
Can you
Can you
dislike
let the homie
Davey
finish
and
his
like him at the same
so I
time?
can-
Yeah. All right. Here,
Tino.
really quick. Let me
Can
finish.
you dislike him
Okay.
and like him at the same
Hey,
time,
John
Tino?
had a point where
Davey,
derailed.
just stop talking, Davey. Let him finish.
Okay. Yeah. So Tino, here's the only thing that we're referencing. Okay, we understand like there's different forms of logic. They just suck because they have to use actually the standard logic that we're talking about.
And I
So-
mean, there's even the barrier of language in itself as well too. I agree. Yeah.
Yeah, so we're just saying something is what it is. It is not another thing.
Same
It's
here.
true or false. So, do you agree with those things? Something is what it is. It is not something else, and it is those things are true or false.
Well, I have a question. What do you think was the last time Davey, and no offense to your sexuality, what do you think the last time you felt a woman's touch was?
Wait a
You
second.
think it was yesterday? You think it was 2 days ago? 2 weeks ago?
Just focus on me. Davey doesn't exist. Okay?
Actually, gay, Tino. Like, don't disrespect them.
And that's why I said, I literally opened it up.
I think
and
it's
just
okay
said,
to
like, I don't
disrespect
think it's
Davey.
disrespectful to sexuality.
Don't
Hey,
disrespect.
listen, my dad is too, and I love my dad. The fuck are you trying to say? Hatim, I'll go after you too. Y'all want this smoke?
Leave Tino and his gay dad alone. Let John
Listen, if y'all want to be petty, I will be petty. I came here up to have some fun. I told y'all. And now you guys, listen, I'm not shaking hands.
Follow a conversation. What smoke do you have?
Listen, I'm not, y'all are going to hell with me. Fuck it. If you guys don't believe in God, y'all are going with me. It is what it is.
Tino.
John's not going to hell. Wait, why do you believe in God? Wait, if you believe in God, why are you going to hell?
I'm bringing y'all with me. Because fuck you guys.
Yeah, but
you
if
guys
you're bringing
stand for
someone
nothing.
with you, then
You
you're
guys
going
are
to
talking about all this.
But you're
you guys are talking about all of this philosophy, but yet y'all lack morals. You guys have no respect.
Wait.
Y'all are some
Wait.
man. I don't even care if you're gay. You're a weak
Hey,
man.
can you hear me?
Fuck
Can
you,
you hear me?
David.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Can you hear me?
I hear you. I hear you.
All right, wait. Are you directing that morality?
No, record
to
this.
everyone.
My name is Tino. Tino.
We can. Yes, that's your name.
Green, record me.
Wait, stop interrupting Jim. I've been recording for an hour and 15 minutes.
Oh my god.
Look, are you just saying that all of us lack morals, including me, or are the atheists, or what? What was the claim?
Davey, J 2.0. Sadly, Hatim at the last second. I was rooting for him, but fuck you too.
We fucking said anything. What the hell?
I called him up. No, I called y'all by your name. Everybody else, if you will, listen, we can be friends.
Hell yeah.
We can have a fun
Hey,
conversation.
Tino, I just followed you, bro.
But as soon as you guys start disrespecting me,
Yeah, Jay. Yeah, Hatim.
like, listen,
I followed you.
guys.
To be honest, this team guy, he runs around with Davey and Jay, and they're just mean and they're assholes. So fuck them. But I just followed you.
Listen, like, if you guys are being honest and this is who you are, then just go ahead and say this is how I communicate. But until you're trying to say, like, yo, listen, do we got anybody else in queue? Bitch, I know what the fuck you meant.
One person said.
And you're talking about, yo, is it in between? Fuck you, Dave. I know exactly what you meant. He started this. I apologize to him.
Yet you're still here.
And no, not even. I was talking something about earlier about how I was S8 as a child, and someone was like, fuck you guys. Like, not everybody. I already called them out by their names.
That is actually very ableist when you talk in that sort of voice when you're imitating someone that you dislike. It's actually very ableist.
You're not wrong, but fuck you. I don't know what else to say to that. You're not wrong. You're not wrong, but fuck you. Like, genuinely, you are such a weak man. You literally have to, because you are so tiny down there, you have to make other men feel bad about themselves when they're trying to have a fun conversation, even though I may not be as competent as you. And I'm saying that in the most humblest way. You are a sad man. I looked at your profile. Have fun with your guitar and your music theory. What's your favorite chord? Is it A minor? Is it?
Okay. First he's asked what is nothing. Now he's saying A minor. This guy's rhetorical.
Is it D flat? What kind of man are you? Because you can have all the smarts in the world, but the sad part is you're smart and you're an asshole, and I do not respect you.
I don't know. I think my favorite chord favorite chord is a C7 with an added sharp 9 and a sharp 11.
Hey, Tino, can you shut up?
Okay, now Slurms is on the lipstick list.
Can you just,
why don't you just go and make a peanut butter sandwich, bro?
Why don't you just finish talking to John? He's patiently waiting in his pillow. Like, nobody cares about this beef you have with.
Shut the fuck up.
Hey, John, is that a breastfeeding pillow?
Okay.
No, I'm just saying, like, respectfully, shut the fuck up. You're not gonna talk to me like that when I've been respectful.
Wait, so Slurm said shut up to you, and your response to tell him not to talk to you like that was saying shut the fuck up?
Yeah, and I told you I'm dragging you to hell with me.
Hey, I said shut up, but then you responded with shut the fuck up. I feel like yours was more disrespectful.
Shut the fuck up, because I've been respectful. Fuck you.
Wait, are we just gonna skip over the fact that John is breastfeeding right now?
I don't want to be on the list. Take me off the list. I was trying to be productive. Take me off the list, Tino.
Nah, genuinely, guys. There are people that could have had a bad day. Please be respectful. Please be respectful. If you guys have intellect, you should be respectful so people actually listen to you guys. I respected a lot of what you guys were saying. It was a very fun,
I'm a fellow Christian. Why
humbling conversation.
Mitch is
But
a
until you
scumbag.
guys-
Fellow Christian,
Mitch
bro.
is a scumbag atheist too. You should add him to that.
I'm not an atheist. I'm a Christian.
a
Tino.
scumbag.
How did
Are
I
we
make the
just
list?
are we
You
just gonna
guys are so intellectual, but it's just sad how
are
much.
we just gonna skip over the fact that John is breastfeeding right now? What did I hear?
Yeah, it's weird.
You said that's a breastfeeding pillow?
Let's
Just
hey,
comfy,
Tino.
okay?
Yeah.
Stop hating. Jeez.
Wait, John.
Did you see all those nips on it? It's that breastfeeding.
John, you gotta pack your shit into a bottle, bro.
Did he leave?
Well,
Take a nip.
Where'd Tino go?
I don't know.
That's sad.
Take a nip pillow.
Take it,
Hi,
Tino.
Oh, God damn it.
All right, Tino.
Oh,
Look.
there goes the panel.
There goes all our viewership.
That's
Oh, no.
downhill from here, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, put John on the big screen.
Yeah, you guys are really funny. Thanks for that.
Darnold.
What the fuck is this?
That was a real slow burn. It took him a long time.
I don't know. I like Tino. He was fun.
Yeah, me too.
What did Tino talk about?
How Davey's dad was gay, or
I thought his dad was gay.
they have the same dad.
Yeah, Tino has two dads.
Hey, Zach.
Yeah.
If I was friends with Tino, I would go to Tino's house.
And make pizza rolls?
To Tino's house.
The problem is he might be there. He might potentially not be there. So
Just take your pillow and shut up, John.
Why
Yeah.
is
I'm gonna answer questions
What's
like that from now
happening?
on.
John is
I don't know
breastfeeding.
anymore.
John? Please stop being you for like 2 seconds, please.
You look like a fucking freak.
How many nipples does that dog have?
it's comfortable, and I don't have to.
It's like an album cover.
John has some nice eyebrows. For
John,
sure, though.
wait. Anyone notice John has hunter eyes?
I need this to stop.
What is hunter eyes?
You don't have prey. You don't have prey eyes. You have hunter eyes.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't have negative cantal tilt.
If you look at 25% of
Yeah, I'm not a hunter. I already hunted. I put my rifle up.
Yeah, your name's John.
I'm just saying you're not a prey. You're the predator.
Yeah.
You're a top according to
You
nature.
hear that? You hear that, wife?
What the
Oh.
fuck?
Oh
Let
God.
it be known that Popeye Blood is a predator.
wow.
Yeah, now he's a predator and he's like beats his wife or whatever.
Yeah. I heard he demanded top.
Wow. That's very convincing.
I really feel like this
Going to
panel
action.
needed some female energy, so
Wasn't enough. But
What's your proposed solution?
me,
Why I have
the female.
Oh.
I mean, if there's no one else, I guess you'd do.
Yeah, you're right.
We could get better on the female,
Fuck
spectrum.
you, Slurms. You dick.
Honestly, that's what Bandit, that's what Slurms has said on all of his last dates.
Wait, does anybody have anybody they want to randomly accuse of egregious crimes?
Wait, Davey, what was that? What are we looking at? What is that?
That's Julian.
is Julian Indian and black?
Hey team, you have to say Native American.
She mixed, right? With he's a Blindian.
Can you explain to me why creation disproves God, please?
Oh my god, not us getting back on topic.
I was gonna. Yeah, God's dumb, and therefore creation is.
Wow. This is fucking intellectual as shit right now.
Who is that?
We're paying
That's
attention
Ann.
to the pictures.
I'm not allowed to say her
Davey's
name on
putting up. All right, relax.
Okay, fair enough.
I'll run the argument on you right now.
You're gonna run what?
Wait, Tino's back. Hey Tino.
Run it on what?
to end,
Oh
right?
shit, Tino's back.
Tino, hey.
Tino.
Oh, hey, Tino.
Let's start again.
I really missed you.
We can do a restart. We can do a fresh restart. No name calling.
Oh,
no
damn.
abuse.
There's more pictures.
What happened to Anne?
Wait, what happened to Julian?
You know.
You mean Dan?
Okay. Okay, because he doesn't have any legs?
Yeah. So, do you take God to be, maximal being?
Are you talking to me?
No, he's talking
He's the one that wanted to run the argument.
Yeah.
Running the
Pay
argument.
attention.
Okay, I was just asking.
Pay attention, slow girl.
But I want to hear from Totino. Who cares about Wit's beliefs?
Yeah, we've heard Wit.
Yeah, we've heard it a million times. Oh, the church founders.
Oh my god.
Yeah, ecumenical council.
I was debating with somebody who holds to like the Catholic and Orthodox response to this, and if your response is, look, God didn't need to create, he created out of love, that's a shit response.
Has he said those to you, Davey?
Uh-huh.
Why do you have that?
What's wrong with that?
So are you saying that God's nature is such that creation is necessary in order for him to, because he's like all good or all loving?
Creation is necessary for him to love?
Yeah. I mean, is
nobody love
anything. Then what explains what explains his creation?
What explains his creation?
What are y'all doing? You guys
I'm
are.
not really sure I understand.
Why are you doing this?
Wait, Tino, Wit is our
Yes,
friend.
I want to, Tino. I don't know you. We just met, but I need to.
No, not. I'm talking about.
You're gonna get on his list. Be nice to Totino.
Okay, to Tino. Like, we need to just chill out. Like, so, what do you
They're
mean?
out here posting someone up and like, bro, like.
Yeah, Tino, hold on a second. This is out of context. The people that he's posting, they're mutuals and friends, and they're just showing funny pictures.
It's an inside joke.
So, I don't see him in the chat. Laughing.
Don't care. We're all friends in real life. We don't even know you.
Yeah, we're.
I know. I saw
laughing
him
at
earlier.
his expense.
I saw his profile. This is someone you've been. Nah.
Oh my god, for real. All of you are so annoying. Can you just please?
Let Wit get on her dumb soapbox. Everybody shut up.
Is he your friend?
Yeah, Julian. I've known him for a while.
All right, Julian. Where are you at? I'm waiting for you.
He's not here.
He's been in the chat before.
Why do you care about it?
Tino,
I saw
stop
him because
white
he both-
knighting. Stop
he
virtue
used the ninja
signaling.
emoji.
Stop.
And I was like, who is this? Who is this ninja?
What the fuck,
Oh my
Tino?
god.
Don't
He was
fucking
here.
care anymore.
You know, you're defending a person that would probably call you a moron if he was here.
And that's okay. I mean, like, hey, at least I'm not an asshole.
I think you're both.
I don't know. That's kind of debatable from my brain.
Wait, you're gonna get on his list, and everything's gonna go downhill from there.
I don't care. Do you think I care? Put me on that
I made
goddamn
his
list.
list and I only said 3 words.
Wait.
Yeah, Tino's on a rampage.
I would just like to express that I am not on the list.
I'm not on the list either. In fact, we follow each other now.
You're so great and awesome. Nobody cares.
No,
Wow.
he's just not a dick.
John's not a dick? Okay. I don't think you've known him that long. So.
I don't
Does he have the potential to be a dick, though?
No, Robbie, you cannot. I don't consent to your new videos, Robbie.
Maybe a dick and not a dick.
You're really funny.
I don't consent.
No means no, Robbie.
You can be a dick and not a dick.
No means find another way, as AOC said.
No
If
means
there's 2 things I know, it's no means no, and you should never take no for an answer.
Oh my god. Alright.
That's a good one, dude.
Why are we joking about me? That's not funny.
Why are we?
Hey, you're missing the premise of the joke, buddy. The premise of the joke isn't that
I don't even give a damn if I missed it or not. It's not funny.
Oh, if you agree that you missed it, then you don't know what it was.
Like, you realize that humor is objective at this point.
There's nothing funny about that.
I mean, there's something funny about it.
Tino, are you a nihilist?
No, you're not.
a child, I had to have another
You
man
are a
urinate
child.
in my mouth.
Shut up.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
that's-
Better be fucking, there's nothing funny about rape.
We're
There
really
really
gonna
isn't.
appeal to some past experience
Bro.
that you've had? Like that's
Can't
what we're
say
gonna do?
that, moron.
I can't kick him. I can't. I don't have mod. Where
I
to go?
kicked him.
Jim,
Now
where to
fight him
go?
back. This is your last chance, dickwad.
God, it's
Wait.
so annoying.
Who said anything about
You're not allowed to.
Can't say that, Slurms.
I said grape.
Gosh, dang it.
I said with a G. Get the fucking
Nobody's
grape
knowing.
off your ears. I said grape.
Can you just
You
end
could
the
have been
argument,
talking.
Jim, please?
yeah, if God's a maximally great being that is self-sufficient and lacks nothing, it seems as if though creation is unnecessary.
Base.
Unless
seem that
unless you
way.
want to unless you want to explain why God created. Why did God create?
God created because He willed to create. I don't know what the problem is.
What do you mean that He willed to create? What explains that He willed?
He thus moved His will, and thus creation happened.
Yeah,
I mean,
why did He
nothing
will
about
it?
that says He lacks something.
You've
Why
heard-
did he will it?
Okay, so yeah, exactly. Why did He move His will to create?
Because He wanted to share His love.
He wanted to share His love, right? So when we invoke this notion of want, you're invoking a notion of lacking, right? Could
No.
God not have? Did God need to share His love?
No, not a necessary notion.
Okay, so then if He didn't need to share His love, that doesn't explain why He created.
Can Flenser come up? He can probably do this better than all of us.
Sure. If he requests.
Flenser, come up, buddy.
Yeah, Flenser, please come up. I really need this right now.
I love
Oh,
Fletcher.
you got
I'm Fletcher's
Tino on a
mentor.
different account.
Wait,
We all
I
need
secretly
Flenser.
have
You
I
asked
secretly
for
have
this.
desires for Flenser. Wait, is the mute? No, it's not on. Damn.
This is so annoying.
What the hell?
Is this Tino?
Tino?
Listen, I want to look y'all in the faces when you all want to joke about rape.
I can't hear you. You're really low. Can you repeat that?
If you guys want to joke about that, that shit's not funny.
my
That shit's
God.
Joke about what?
Can you just stop piety signaling? Nobody
what?
cares.
What are you
You're
talking about?
awesome. You're a good person. Shut up.
Would have never guessed he was black.
Christ.
Never.
Wait.
Wait, why is
that's the
why is
original
it-
Tino we were talking to?
Wait, Hatim, why is that?
Never would have.
Wait, why?
He's just so soft.
Wait, what?
What?
Oh shit.
He's soft.
Yeah, but why would that mean?
You-
Why would that make you think he's not
Maybe
black?
roast him.
What?
I'm just saying, inductively, the black people I'm familiar with are able to take a hit and not be offended.
Wow.
Wow.
So basically what I'm getting is that black people abuse each other so often that they become emotionally desensitized. Is that what you're
Holy
implying?
shit. That's a hell of an implication.
That's a crazy
Yeah.
thing for her team to have just said.
Hatim, I don't know why you're saying that. It's really
Yeah.
messed up and not okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna need you to not say that anymore, okay, Hatim? Oh, he installed a lag switch on his phone.
You got a message.
Hatim, it's really problematic to lag switch.
I can
when
hear you, Bow Boy.
do things. Be more like John. Lactate during the discussion.
Hey, Slurms. Slurms.
Storms is muted.
Slurms is not here. So he has risen.
You know.
Huh? What? Did somebody call me? Hello?
Hey, Slurms.
John, are you 9 centimeters now?
That's how God made me. What are you talking about?
What is 9 centimeters in
It looks like
Fahrenheit?
He made you with 9 centimeters? I wouldn't brag about that.
Yeah. What is 9 centimeters in Fahrenheit?
It's like about 5.
530?
Yeah.
It's like 5 plus X.
Hey, look who it is. The idiot jerk.
Hold on a second. So let me clarify this. Tino, what is it that they said that they mentioned the word grape?
Oh my god.
I got heated.
You actually unfamiliar?
Hold on a second.
Huh?
What is it that they said?
Oh, I was so heated in the conversation, to be honest with you. At that point, it just wasn't funny. I wasn't laughing. You guys were just like...
No, follow what I'm asking. Everybody mute up. Everybody mute the fuck up.
What were you guys talking about before I got upset? What were you guys saying?
Yeah.
Help me here, because
Doesn't matter.
apparently I don't
Hold
know
on a
how to
second.
repeat other people's
Hold on a
words.
second. Hold on a second. You're saying that they were joking about grape. What is it that they said?
I would not accuse them of doing something that they didn't. And I genuinely can't remember.
I remember.
I genuinely can't remember.
So if you can't remember, why are you throwing these accusations that they're joking about this?
Well, why would I get that upset? I came up here respectful.
I know.
I came up here
and I'm being. That's fine.
Because I don't joke
And I'm
about
being-
stuff like that.
That's fine. Nobody was joking.
Oh, no, they...
Like what? You don't remember it?
Wait.
Because I remember we talked about a dude...
I asked everybody to mute up.
We were talking about a dude named Julian. And then one thing led to another.
Yeah.
That's all that I remember. Genuinely. And it just
great.
because I was
So
that triggered. I was that triggered.
Look, Julian, Tino, that's fine. But, like, in all fairness, throughout the conversation over the past couple of hours or whatever, it's been very hard for you to be able to track questions or track conversations. Is that fair to say?
I have a disability.
That's fine. I'm not trying to call you out, like, because of your disability or something. That's fine. It could have been that you were offended, but
no, I was.
Could it also have been that you misunderstood or misread something that they were saying, and that's what offended you?
No, I was offended. I wouldn't bring that up. Why would I bring
I grant that you're offended. I'm saying the reason why you were offended. Could it be that you misunderstood something that they were saying?
I think there's a difference in between intention and impact. So, yeah, someone said a professional gaslighter. I mean, that is gaslighting.
Was that the question that I asked? What was the question that I asked?
No, I was offended. I don't remember. I told you I don't remember what they exactly said.
What was the question that I asked, Tino? What was the question? Look, you say you come up.
I don't remember when they said it.
I'm gonna draw. Look, I'm gonna outline a line that I think crosses disrespect, and that's when people waste my time or when I'm conversating with somebody, and they either overtalk me or just dismiss what I'm saying. Right? One of the ways that you're dismissing what I'm saying is that when I ask you a question, you answer something irrelevant. Okay? My question is, I grant that you're offended, but could it be the case that you got offended because you misunderstood something?
No, I knew exactly what they were saying.
Okay, so if you knew what they were saying, can you repeat it?
I can. I genuinely
How do you know that was the case?
Because it was triggering for me and it was upsetting because of the fact that they were just joking about it when it's just not funny. Sometimes you just get blinded by your own emotions. It is what it is. I apologize that I'm not talking concisely and remembering exactly what offended me, but I know I don't miss, at least on that aspect. And yeah, I can't get verbatim.
Are you sure? Because it seemed like you were missing a little bit throughout the entirety of this conversation.
I'm positive.
Look, I don't think that I heard anybody specifically say something about grape.
Someone in your comment section just said, I made the joke and it wasn't about that. And emphasis. So what was the joke? It was a joke.
I'm gonna unmute. I'm breaking your rule real quick, just for clarity.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'm the one who said the joke, but the joke wasn't about that, Tino.
What was the joke?
I said two sayings back to back that contradicted each other. That no means no, and that you should never take no for an answer. I wasn't talking about the.
You should not take no as an answer. Sounds very aggressive.
Yeah, the joke is that those are both about the word no, and they're in completely opposite directions. The joke wasn't about grape, for God's sakes.
Yes, that is.
No, it
because when
wasn't.
someone says no, that means don't touch me in my no-no square, and you still do it. That's great.
The
Yeah.
only use of no means no.
We're equivocating on purpose there to form a juxtaposition.
That's not funny though.
Yeah, but that's
like,
not.
Because
Yeah,
no
you-
means
you-
wouldn't. If someone says no, that means you're going against their boundaries. It's just that simple.
not
That's
always
what I'm just saying. You guys literally have no values.
This is
You have
so
no morals.
pathetic.
Thank you. You brought it up. I'm so glad you came up and said that, because yes, that's what triggered me.
So it is. Look, it is a case. It is a case. If nobody mentioned grape, right? It is a case that you got offended
you mentioned
because. I'm sorry.
No means no.
It is-
It doesn't just reference grape, you psychopath.
My apologies.
So, like, look, it seems as if though you probably got offended based on some interpretation of it that you have due to your experience, and that's fair. But to say that they were joking specifically about that is inaccurate, right?
What does no mean? Is it consent?
Oh my god.
Holy
Or do you not
fuck,
want it?
you're reaching so far. It's embarrassing.
Like, you've never been working a job.
Is the word
So what's wrong
no
with me saying that? Like,
only
it's
about like
not.
problematic consent issues? If I just say no, do you
I
want any
can't
more
come up here and just
cheesecake
say-
slurms, you fatty? No.
I can't just say
Suddenly
it's
we're
wrong.
in
Though.
weird,
I can't come up
problematic
here and just say it's
territory?
wrong and just saying it's not funny to me. It's
Look,
just not.
look. If you're on like
You
a,
laugh, dumb fuck.
if you work a job in sales, you're gonna hear "don't take no" for an answer a lot, and it's like, it was.
Yeah. Okay. Who dropped him?
I didn't.
Yeah. Well.
Like, it was a phrase about affirming consent, and then a phrase often used in workforces to exploit people.
Not by donuts.
Who cares? He's an idiot.
Mob. Now we have 4 Johns.
I just saw Papa.
Hey, you're not connecting, Amber. I don't know if you're still in requests, but you're not connecting.
That's okay. It's just Amber. Hey, John, can you try to match the face you're making in the picture I have?
I don't know why it's not connecting the team either. I don't know what's up. It's not connecting. Oh, there he goes.
Oh god. It's fucking Hatim jump scare.
I would have never guessed you were black.
Sure.
Alright, I'm disconnecting. I think the joke.
One sounded mad around Hatim.
Wait, I just saw.
Did you guys hear me?
I just saw John's picture move.
Good. Before you were just showing as if you're connecting, but it wasn't connecting.
Yeah, and it was,
Oh,
it
okay.
was so peaceful before you fixed it.
No, what I was saying, I'm sorry, I went on like a whole rant. No, I'm the one who dropped him. Because when it gets to a certain point where it's obviously unhealthy to engage with somebody who has trauma or issues that they're not properly dealing with, I think it's better to not have them on the panel. And that was quite apparent with Tino. He doesn't need to be engaging with us on panels, or probably any panels, frankly, on TikTok, because it's
Well,
such a cesspool of.
He has 32,000 followers, so we're gonna have hate groups now. So
Fair enough.
he follows 15 people and has 32K followers, so he's ratio
He was
mocking us.
unsettled when Amber seemed to transform into a team. I mean, we are twins. We look just alike.
They do look just like. They can even say all the same words.
So, but anyways, that's why I dropped him, because he doesn't need to be on the panel.
Okay. Thank you for that call.
I mean, I'm sorry I made the call, but I mean, it's just, I could see it was not going in a good direction.
That's fine. I trust your mods, so it's good.
I mean, he wasn't good at retaining in the calmest of headspaces. So I doubt
I'm not a mod.
he was probably even
Oh God,
disassociating at
everybody's
that
so
point.
salty now. I'm not a nut. Robbie Romp's like, I'm not a nut. And then John's like, with his titty pillow. I'm not a mod either.
Ribbed for our pleasure.
I modded you, John.
Ribbed for hours of pleasure.
Oh, good.
I'm better at shaving than
Really
Hatim.
good call.
How do you know, Mitch, I don't have a beard just like Hatim?
Well, I mean, Hatim wishes he could grow a beard as like thick and bushy as yours.
There are 3 things.
Comparing Amber and Hatim is honestly really insulting.
Hatim, are you an ex-Muslim?
Was born Muslim.
That's what I thought.
John.
You what? Elaborate.
Wow.
Wait.
He was born a Muslim. He defected
Yeah, John,
and his family
elaborate
doesn't know about it.
Why you thought that?
My name is Hatim. It's not that hard.
Oh, hey, Jim.
Exactly the inference I made.
Oh, I'm sure that was the fucking inference for sure.
There are 3 things I know about the word no.
Oh no.
No means no.
You're gonna get us all.
You shouldn't take no for an
No
answer.
also means find another way.
And if you don't know, now you know, friend.
Hey, we need to ask. Hey, Jim, did you go on like a demodding spree?
I didn't. I don't know. Like I've only had like 2 or 3 mods always, and I just recently started going live.
Am I still a mod?
Holy shit.
When did I mod you?
I think I am a mod. I'm a mod!
Bro, the virtue signal is crazy.
Look at me, I'm a
No absolutely does not mean no in reference to sales.
Jim pretends that he hates me, but he doesn't. So.
I think I'm the... Jim, am I the OG mod?
Don't do
Am I the OG mod? I just need
I
to
mean,
know if
yeah,
I'm
you guys
like
were
the OG
around when
mod.
TikTok was being invented, so.
True.
Yeah, you're one of the OG mods.
Sweet.
You make like there was an original OG crew, and you kind of slid in at the tail end of the OG crew.
Yeah, Amber, you slid in.
I assumed that she would have been because she's so old.
Yeah. You guys used to log into TikTok on typewriters.
I know. Julian calls me grandma,
Because you're so old.
and I call him nephew.
Have you guys ever seen this?
Oh, the Chester hot. Oh, those are barbecue.
Hi, Cheetos.
Oh, is that the Chester's brand?
It is.
That's just such an old question. Is that the Chester's brand?
No, it's. Am I Coco's mom? I think I am Coco's mom.
Hey, Chester is not Cheeto?
No,
Hey,
it's different
I'm
brands.
Coco's mom.
Holy shit. How the fuck is this not copyrighted?
I don't know.
Because
My son
Chester
likes
Cheeto is Cheeto's official name of the Cheeto.
My son likes the Chester's hot fries.
Who the fuck is sending gifts?
Ooh, I got a gift for my friend
Oh,
Liz.
Durgon is
Hi,
my
Liz.
current husband. In the lore, is Jim and I were married and we had Coco.
Gemini.
But we divorced and then I married Durgon. But I forgot who Jim got.
This is the worst story I've ever heard.
Wait, you guys, wait.
Wait, it's better than the one where she shit her pants in the Walmart.
Shut up! Shut up!
What did he?
Quit bringing
What'd
that
you
up!
do? What'd you do?
Shut up! You already know the
Get her
story.
pants in the Walmart. Hatim, are Chester's halal?
Chester's
I'm eating Doritos, so that tells you the answer. Actually, I have no idea. Let's see. Does it have
Rebecca,
gelatin?
I don't remember when Coco made his family tree.
Coco made a family tree.
Where did I
Wait,
fall?
now I have Mitch as a mod now. Now I have to go through my mod list and make sure that I have like equal amount of theists versus.
Okay,
equal
well,
amounts
list off your mods and we'll be really
Holy
judgy.
shit, Amber's being so bossy.
What other?
I'm just kidding.
Is Bob by Blood a theist or a mod?
Yes.
Wow, you've got at least two
Apparently,
theists.
I'm married to Megs, so I'm in a polyamory
Well,
relationship.
isn't that interesting? Because Megs was just proposing to Wit not so long ago on
Proposing
BC.
to me early, yeah.
Oh my god.
Wow.
Amber, she's cheating on
What
me.
a floozy.
I think it's
Well, that's okay. I think she's into polyamory, so maybe.
Who's into polyamory?
I'm kidding. I don't care.
Am I Coco's priest?
I don't know.
Wait, if you and Amber had Coco, does that mean that you guys can say it or that Coco can't say it?
Honestly,
Coco can say it because Jim is BIPOC.
I didn't know that Coco was a lesbian.
True.
It kind of feels right to say that Coco can't say it.
Actually, Davey, you can say it.
Demonstrate.
Holy shit! Are you just making everybody a mod?
Yes.
What the fuck?
I'm the Oprah of mods. You get a mod. And you get a mod.
Jim, that makes me feel not special at all because I'm a mod.
I thought you were a mod too.
I am a mod, but if you just give them to anybody, I feel like it's. I didn't earn it.
And wit.
So-
Who is the person in the top right with their username speaking in tongues?
So-
Mitch, what ship are we on?
So Jim,
May I call you Scribbles?
Yes.
imagine that
You could call me John.
imagine that you making somebody a mod is like a piece of duct tape that you stick on your arm, and then let's say you make. Sorry, Wit. Go ahead. No, really. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Fuck you, Zach. I've had 2 cranberry mules. Mules.
Robbie, I
Mules.
hope you're recording. Is that alcohol?
Yeah, it is. That's something with whiskey.
Alright, put a muscle. She kind of takes the notion, like the story that Zach was telling.
Ow.
I was already imagining duct tape on my arm, and like you just ruined like the rest of that vision.
Jim, I was actually enjoying you and Witt's debate. If you don't mind returning.
Yeah, I'll start. Wit, you're a cunt.
Let's get linear here.
Okay.
Let's get linear. All right. So yeah. So what explains God's creation then?
What explains God creation? It would be.
Yeah, or God creating.
It would
It's
be the
gonna be the
revelation.
filioque. It's gonna be the filioque.
He interrupted me, so I don't know.
I think Duracon interrupted there.
Mute yourself. That's
I dealt with it.
Oh my God. Continue.
The Christ Revelations explains it.
How does that an explanation? Okay, so let me be clear here. When I say what explains God creating, I mean what are the reasons with which He created, like why He created. That doesn't mean like Jesus' revelation is not a reason why He created.
Spider.
Presumably, if we want to know why God created, right, He would have to make that epistemically accessible to us. Would you agree?
You could just say not really.
No? I can just infer. Okay.
Yeah, you can infer things, right?
So if I don't have any evidence,
If in a way, what you're saying is that like, look.
Well, you can infer to it, then it's epistemically.
This is how it's gonna go.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Like, I was clarifying that if you can infer it based on other pieces of data, then it does become accessible.
What data are we referencing?
These nuts.
Okay.
Well, in your view, it's going to be the revelation of Christ and the tradition.
Give it away, give it away, give it away now. Give it away.
Give it away now.
Give it away, give it away, give it away now.
There is a Christian version of that song, and it goes filioque.
Can we kick him again?
Don't kick Daragon. Romanians. Oh no, Romanians.
By the way, I'm sorry.
Why does Jim keep over talking a woman? Clipped. Canceled.
See, this is why we can't have nice things.
Look,
Dude, take everybody's
minority voices like mine need to be overheard.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm not a
Karen's, like Whitney. I'm sorry. Somebody who just got a trust fund from her parents, I would say you're not. If by the minority you mean that you're part of the 1%, maybe then you're a minority in that sense.
Wid,
Are you part of the 1% now?
One time, this was about 2 months
So
ago.
what does it constitute to be a 1%?
Well, I know that 2 months ago. 2 months ago, you sent me $2,500 just because I said, "quote I'm having a bad day." That's what I know.
Entail that she gets mod powers?
Yes. Look, I get mod powers or I call the cops. That's how it works.
You call the cops on the little girls with the lemonade.
Yes.
They don't have a permit.
I mean, who are they gonna believe?
What she wants, or someone's gonna die.
Yeah. Whitney, marry you? Rebecca, you know what? I might. Just playing. No prenup, for sure.
Well, yeah, on account of her rich parents. How old are they again? Are they still around, or what's
Wow. We just had some drama about this. You need to calm down.
I mean, I'm just checking up on them.
They're good. They're great right now.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
How old are they again?
They're in their 60s.
Say, Kason wants to come up.
No thanks.
Okay, so was this being linear or what?
That's fine. I'll drop down for him. No! I mean, not that I want you here, but...
We want Kason even less.
What are you hot and cold? Not like I like you or anything.
In some societies, women are not likely to speak up, even in India as well.
Yeah, so they don't get everything wrong over there.
Yeah, you know, broken clock is right twice a day.
Right.
Okay, so what data are we referencing to infer the explanation of why God created?
Broken clocks are never right.
I really just want to know.
Oh shit, that seems right.
Your view to you.
Jesus Christ,
Okay, why do you go ahead and do that?
Yeah. The question is, on your view, why did God?
I already explained.
Are you like down the hall?
The revelation.
We can't hear you, idiot!
Yes, the
Can't hear
revelation.
you, Jim. Get off the shitter.
So are you saying that God created because?
How can you not hear me? I'm fucking yelling.
Because we can't hear you!
Are you saying?
Don't fucking.
Jim
don't
yells at
yell me.
women. Clipped. Cooked. Done.
Yelling is very quiet.
Y'all caught that, huh? He just fucking yelled at me.
Yeah, he just yelled.
Are you saying that God created because Jesus revealed something?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying.
No, we were saying we couldn't hear Jim.
Revelation is revealing something, right?
We couldn't hear Jim.
Yeah,
That's what we were
what
saying.
revelation means. Yeah.
So, but you say that what explains it is Jesus' revelation. So, well, you're saying that God created because Jesus revealed something.
God, right, being that Christ is God, would reveal his explanations for creating through his Son.
No. Okay, when he says what explains it, he doesn't mean who explains why God created to you. He means what set of facts explains it. So, like, for example, what explains why I woke up today? It's not like who explains that. It's some set of facts, like some biological, my body functioning or something. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, fair enough. I get what you're saying. So, in that revelation, what's been revealed as to why he created is because he thus wanted to share his love, right, and give us life.
Sounds made up.
Okay. Fair enough.
Me looking at 3 potable water sources.
Why are we invoking this necessity in that he had, why are we invoking this necessity in that he has this desire thus to, I'm just following the line of reasoning, but you go right ahead, I'll stop.
Yeah. Don't do it again.
What I said was, when you invoke this notion of wanting, right, it entails that he's lacking something. I never said anything about necessity.
Why does that entail it? Can you give me the inference?
Yeah, sure. What does it mean to want something if you already have it?
What does it mean to want something if you already have it? I don't know.
I have a response to that.
Yeah, that's unintelligible.
Right.
Could you
So
want
if
to
God
sustain
is-
the thing that you have, Jim?
No, but then, okay, how should I put this? Then it's sort of like you are lacking the security of that thing.
The security of it?
Let's say I have the security.
So, like, let's say, well, if you're let's say I think my relationship is about to end and I want to sustain it, then I lack the security of my relationship, right?
Sure, but what if you don't think and you want to sustain it anyway? Let's say the security is not an issue, but you enjoy the security, and so it's something that you have.
No, but then it's not that I desire this. It's not that I desire the security. I already have it.
Right, I'm saying, yeah, you just there's something you desire, which is the sustaining of the things that you already have, and it's not something like that it's gonna go away. Or you have reason to think they're gonna go away. You like them. You have reason to think they're gonna stay, and you want that to happen.
Like, I don't know. Wouldn't it be weird to say that, like, wit desires that God keep existing? Like, it's not...
When you say weird, I don't see why it would be weird.
Like, it's not something that's in question. Like, it's not like he can stop existing. There's, like, a desire creates the possibility of failure.
I don't say anything impossible from God stopping existing.
I don't know why this like, even if we're just taking
God that way, sure.
hold on, even if we're just taking some, like, because this is going to be analogous, right? It's not going to be like a one-on-one, but like, to say that, like, I have this desire to share love, right, in a relational way, which I'm not really sure how you would do that without some kind of relation. Doesn't imply that, like, I lack love. I don't know why that would mean that I'm lacking something if I want to share it.
Yeah. So if you have this desire to share love, that means that there's this unfulfilled portion of love that needs to express itself through some other being existing, right, in order for you to share it. But that's not going to be the case for God, right? Because I take it that, one, you think that God has perfect love, right? And it would mean that perfect love doesn't need anything in order to express itself. And two, if he's in the triune nature of the Son and the Holy Spirit, well, he's expressing that love within his triomny being, right? Within the persons. So creation is unnecessary for him to express that.
I don't understand, at least, this notion that you have, because there's perfect love between the persons, that they wouldn't then want to share that love, and that somehow means that they're lacking in some sense or unfulfilled in some sense. I guess I just don't get the inference.
So, does perfect love require creation?
No.
Okay, so if God is truly perfect and he's self-sufficient, then he doesn't need something external like humans or other beings in order to be fulfilled.
That just is trivially true.
How is it trivially true?
You're just stating the obvious, and I don't know why that then says there's some kind of, notion. I mean, you're saying it disproves God, right? So
Right. So, like, if it's trivially true in the sense that it's obvious that God doesn't need creation, then him expressing his love, or because he wanted to express his love, is not a reason why he created, right? Because you already concede that he doesn't need to create to do that. So what explains creation?
You want to tag me in, Lit? Or you want to keep going?
I'm wary about it, but I'm sure you can go ahead.
I want to ask a question. God can't act for no reason or accidentally, right? He can't make mistakes.
He acts purposefully, yeah.
Yeah, so if he created, that means he did it. That means that there's a motivation, that a motivational state is required for him to actually create, right? He can't like do it unintentionally or something.
Are you saying his motivational state like exists like outside of him?
No, I'm not saying. I'm just saying
Yeah, I'm just asking. That's all I'm asking.
Okay. So if he had a motivational state to actualize creation, that's the same thing as desiring to create, right?
Say it one more time.
If he had a motivational state to actualize creation, that just means he desired to create, right?
Yeah, he moved as well, sure, yeah.
And if he desired it, then that the act of creating is preferable to not creating, right? Was that an affirmation?
That's just me thinking about it.
Oh, okay.
You're really moving down in the trust fund. I'm just kidding. Preferable? I'm not really sure that I would.
If he had a motivational state towards actualizing it, then that means it was preferable. Right? He was motivated to do it rather than to not do it.
I'm not really.
And he's motivated on the basis of reasons, right? So he has more reasons to create than not to create. It's not like he was in some sort of preferential deadlock.
I mean, I suppose. I guess I'm just gonna go down this line of reasoning that you have.
So if it was more preferable that he create than not create, then creating is a more desirable state of affairs to God than not creating. So then the state of affairs where God doesn't create isn't perfect.
The state of affairs where God decides to create isn't perfect.
Decides not to create.
Decides not.
At least by God's own lights.
I don't know, John. You can tag in, I suppose. I guess I don't really. If the purpose that we have, or the purpose that God has to create, is to maintain some kind of perfect state of affairs, I think I would just reject it on that premise. But you can go ahead and tag yourself in, John, if you'd like.
But if he has reasons to create, then if he's motivated on the basis of reasons, then not fulfilling, if he weren't to act on those reasons that he had, then that would be worse.
Yeah. So this is going to be. We can challenge this a couple of different ways. So the way I like to take is to say that a state of affairs cannot be perfect in some external to God. So when you say a perfect state of affairs, I don't know what you mean by perfect. What do you mean by perfect?
That there's no greater possible state of affairs.
Okay, but
it at least means that.
So if there's no greater possible state of affairs, like why do you think the Christian needs to be committed to the state of affairs like perfection?
I just took it that Christians believe that the state of affairs prior to creation, like God existing alone, is perfect.
No, so the Christian actually doesn't want to say that there's something that is external or separate from God that is perfect in the same way God is perfect. So usually when a Christian, and me myself, when we're talking about God's perfection, it's going to be in reference to, I agree, like a maximal set. Now we can call that maximal set the omni properties just for simplicity. But it's going to be this maximal set that is going to equal perfection. So perfect being theism is not describing in any sense the state of affairs in which God resides, if you want to say it that way.
No one has said that perfect being theism, that's talking about the state of affairs where God exists alone.
Yeah, but that's
a different sense of perfection.
Yeah, but that's the thing. I don't think something that is just the state of affairs. Yeah. So the Christian
God is perfect. God is perfect in the sense that there's no greater being. That state of affairs is perfect in the sense that there's no greater state of affairs.
Yeah, but I don't think we have to attribute perfection to the state of affairs.
Okay, well,
So-
if you're rejecting that premise, then the argument doesn't work.
Yeah. So for example, The Christian is only committed to the perfection of God. They're only committed to perfect being, theism, in the sense that God is ontologically perfect, in the sense of the set of all of these like great making properties, right?
No, look, I'm just saying trivially you can get around the argument if you reject the premise that the state of affairs where God exists alone is perfect. That's all I'm saying.
Question for clarity: isn't God's existence a state of affairs or no?
God exists. We can say like God's existence as a necessary being, that he is perfect as a necessary being. But we don't have to say that we don't have to attribute perfection to the state of affairs. There, like the state of, I don't know what it means if I'm defining perfection and I'm saying, okay, perfection is something that is only applicable to God and nothing else can be perfect, and I got 20%. So if I'm only attributing, there is only one thing that can be perfect, and that is going to be represented as God. Well,
maybe you could look at it. What if you look at it this way?
Well, I was trying to answer Hatim's question really quick.
My question was like, is it you can describe God in predicates, aren't predicates that make up God's states of affairs?
What predicate would you like to say?
That God has omni properties.
The omni properties are like predications on God? What do you mean?
Not sure exactly what I mean.
Here's I'm thinking, what if you describe perfection as some sort of two-place predicate where X is perfect with respect to some category of things, and just saying that there's no greater thing in that respect. And when you say God is perfect, it's just that he's perfect in all the categories of things that he is. So like he's a person, he's the most perfect person.
Yeah.
He's a being.
He's the most perfect person. He's the most.
But he's not a state. He's not a state of affairs. So then the two-place predicate would be applied to the state of affairs as the state of affairs where God exists alone is the most perfect state of affairs.
Yeah, but I just wouldn't attribute the state of affairs to be. I wouldn't attribute any sort of perfection to the state of affairs.
Yeah, that's fine if you reject that premise. Then sure.
Well, like,
yeah. So again, just to be clear, really quick, sorry.
Hold on a second. I just wanted to clarify, like, when we're talking about state of affairs, we're talking about.
Now I feel bad for John.
What? Go for it.
Yeah. So all I'm saying, okay. In a Christian worldview, we only are committed to the view that there is one perfect thing. That perfect thing is God. That thing has ontological status, and to be perfect, it has to be the maximal set of all of these like great making properties. Now, how we cash out those properties, different thing entirely.
So you think that
is God. So when I say a state of affairs is perfect, I ask the question, okay, by definition, how we're using perfection only is attributed or applicable toward God, but it's not applicable to like this other thing.
Well, that doesn't make sense. There could be a perfect pencil, right?
No, I don't think there could, because perfection again.
By perfection, I just mean that there's no greater possible thing with respect to some category. So like a pencil. Pencil could be the perfect pencil qua writing. So there's no better, there's no better thing in the category of writing utensils or something like that.
Yeah, right? If a Christian accepts that definition of perfect, then the argument can.
This is just a semantic dispute. So then I'm just asking you.
Well, no, it's not just semantic. Like if a Christian accepts a very specific model of perfection and saying, okay, perfection is defined as it is this, like there's no better thing than it, right? Is going to be different than how a Christian means perfect. So I don't.
That's still semantic.
Wait, one second. I could never say there is a perfect pencil, right?
Can you use
the Christian could never make the statement there is a perfect pencil, there's a perfect car, there is a perfect.
Given the way I'm using it, could a Christian say that if they just explicate that what they mean is in the sense that I'm using that there's no better pencil?
Yeah. I mean, if they apply your definition in charity, sure.
Yeah. So then can I just re-ask about the premises in my argument using my definition? Is it true that there's no greater possible state of affairs than God existing alone?
Say that one more time. Sorry.
Is it true that there's... I'm just not going to use the word perfect. Is it true that there's no greater possible state of affairs than God existing alone?
No, we can say that the state of affairs is. I don't know if we can attribute any sort of like.
No, I'm not using the word perfect, so we don't.
No. I'm not even referencing like perfection, but so when we say a state of affairs is a certain way,
We're just attributing some sort of valuation.
Like so for example, like what would you evaluate the state of affairs you're currently in? Like how
the state of affairs I'm in, or do you just mean the state of affairs of the world?
No, literally just you right now. Like how?
Seems like you're asking about a pretty narrow subset of propositions that make up the state of affairs.
Yeah, this is what I'm trying to understand. How the
I'm just asking about. I'm just interested in the valuation by God's own lights.
Yeah. So
that what you think is perfect is whatever God thinks is perfect. And in the sense of perfection, I'm thinking.
Yeah, so if you take it on that notion, the argument that Jim was actually replying to earlier has to do with, so this is generally called the general problem of creation versus the particular problem of creation.
Generally?
yeah, I'm so sorry. Leave me alone. The general problem of creation versus the particular problem of creation. So for the audience of the people watching, the difference is the general problem of creation is just like, okay, why does God create anything at all if it's self-sufficient? The particular problem is why did he create this specific instantiation of the world? So which question are you asking specifically? Are you asking the general problem or the particular problem?
I don't think I'm asking either question. I think I'm saying that there's a contradiction.
Okay, what's the contradiction?
Well, the contradiction is that God thinks that the state of affairs where he exists alone is the greatest possible state of affairs, and God thinks the state of affairs where he exists alone isn't the greatest possible state of affairs.
Okay, so are you saying? I'm trying to understand.
I'm saying the not P is generated by God desiring and willing to create, and the first one is generated by them saying that the state of affairs where God exists alone is perfect.
But this is what I'm trying to figure out. Why does God have to have any like sort of knowledge about the state of affairs in reference to like it's I don't even know how to say it, in reference to its like degree, let's say.
Because God wouldn't want to roll the dice.
Why does God's knowledge have to detail what the current state of affairs is in reference to himself?
He wouldn't want to gamble.
If it can be known, it would be known.
Well, I don't want to talk about knowledge about the properties of the state of affairs in some way, because that assumes like some sort of that assumes a meta theory about what like value properties are, right? And I don't want to do that, so I'm just saying what God believes. That could be about his own. He could believe that the knowledge could be about his own preferences, or it could be about these like real value properties that the state of affairs have, right? But I'm not saying. I'm just saying that he believes that it's better and that it's not better.
Yeah, like one way you could think about it is the state of affairs haven't changed. Like we're not saying the state of affairs have changed in a general sense, but we can say they've changed in a particular sense in reference to like God creating something. We can like the Christian can still be committed to this is still the same state of affairs prior to creation. It's just there's more things in it.
No, a state of affairs cannot be the same if some propositions are true before and after.
A stupid phone. One sec, I didn't hear what you said, Davey. I have to turn on my freaking.
No, that's fine. Yeah.
Plug in my freaking charger.
If at time t equals 0 and time t equals 1, some propositions are true at time equals t equals 0, and they're not. Some propositions are those same propositions that were true at t equals 0 are not true at t equals 1. Then the state of affairs can't be the same.
So you're just saying any distinction in property. Right.
State of affairs is just constituted by what propositions are true.
Okay, that's fair. I can take that. So, ask your question again, then, please.
So, like, a possible world is a maximally specific state of affairs, right? That's just what I mean.
Yeah. So, I'm reevaluating my view on possible worlds. I'm not actually sure, like, based on certain value judgments, that there's a cap on that. So,
cap on what?
On possible worlds. So,
what do you mean a cap? By cap, you mean like limit?
Value. No, I'm talking. Yeah, like a limit on value. So, I was in a. I actually. It's funny we're talking about this. I had a conversation.
So you're just taking the approach of like Van den Wagen's approach of like there's no best possible world.
Yeah. Well, so this is a conversation I was having. That's why I said it's kind of funny you're bringing it up.
Well, I don't really know if it's Van den Wagen's approach, but I know it's. I'm pretty sure it's something he.
Yeah. So it's basically saying there. Yeah. So the view is that there's no upper bounds to value. Like we can always. There's an infinite set of more valuable things. So I'm not sure if it's Van den Wagen. Like I said, I just had this conversation the other day that I'm looking at. I'm reading. I'm also reading Ryan's book finally.
It just does commit you to the proposition that the state of affairs where God exists alone is imperfect.
What the state of affairs that God exists alone is imperfect?
Yeah, prior to creation.
Oh, I just don't think so.
Well, it can't be perfect if there's no such thing as perfection.
Yeah, if you think there's always if you think there's no upper limit to perfection, then no world is perfect, right?
Yeah, because there can always be something better.
That's where we were referencing. That's where we were referencing specifically, like why we're not using the word perfect.
What word are you using instead?
Yeah. What did you say, Davey?
By perfect, I just mean greatest possible.
But that means the same thing, though, right?
Yeah, that's what I just said.
There's no such thing as
I'm saying it's interchangeable.
Like presumably God is maybe. Well, yeah, God can't be the greatest if the set is infinite. Like,
what the heck is Mom texting? Mom just.
True, that's a good point. Holy shit.
Say what?
Yeah, can God be the greatest possible being?
In an infinite set of increasingly valuable things.
Yes.
How? There's no limit.
There's no final number.
The limit does not exist.
If you think about the set of all possible beings, if there's no final member, then God can't be the final member.
Because suppose you say that there's God, right, and God's the greatest. Like, given that you think that there's an infinite list of possible worlds.
Yeah, if the set is,
there just will be something better.
The set of beings, if the set of beings were ordered in an ascending order of greatness, then God couldn't be the final member because there is no final member.
No, so we can say that there's a final member in reference to perfection, specifically on the notation of saying, hey, God as the subject, God is the subject.
I think I see what you're saying. You're saying
Let
when
me
you talk about
collect my thought. One sec.
Let me hear what he's saying.
Let me collect my thought. I'm trying to remember the distinction. There's two words that are on the tip of my tongue.
Qua?
No. No, it's not. It's not qua. Oh gosh. I can't think of the words right now. But
I'm pretty convinced.
Let's just say it this way. We can say value in reference.
So your mic cut out.
Sorry, we can say value in reference to a necessary being versus value in reference to contingent things. So, if we say value has no upper limit in reference to like a necessary being, and we're saying okay, perfection is going to be the set of all of these great making properties, and then how we cash those out. In comparison with value has no upper limit in reference to contingent things, that's going to be a different set of values.
Why would necessity employ some relevant difference?
So necessity would employ. Necessity, I'd say, would employ a difference simply by the nature of the thing. So the nature of the necessary. Say what?
I mean, presumably the nature of the necessary thing is just that it's necessary, which is just kind of a saying in another way. That
Yeah,
it's
that's just
necessary.
pushing the question back. Why is the nature?
Like, what
such
about
that-
the nature of a necessary thing makes it such that there's this discrepancy in the way it's valuable?
Ask your question one more time, Divinity.
What about the nature of necessary things makes it so that there's a discrepancy in how it's valuable compared to contingent things?
Yeah, I would say based off of the set in which it can be valuable.
Yeah,
so,
but like-
so for example, let's talk about power, right? A perfect necessary being would be in reference to their power. There's a maximal set of power that can be applied. So we can take like Ryan. One sec, someone's talking. Give me a second, okay? I'll be out in a second.
All right.
That was a lie.
Let me try to re-ask.
Wait, don't move.
I'm still
Don't move.
Okay.
A perfect universe is static. That's my view, but
And so God exists.
Yeah.
Case, and that's what we came
Pretty
to.
concise
You have a
W
coin?
there.
All right. Okay, I'm back.
Let me try re-asking my question. Or
Okay, so-
the question. The question. So.
Wait, I didn't finish my answer. One sec.
Well, let me just try re-asking it. So.
Well, I wanted to answer Divinity's question specifically, though.
Well, I'm just rephrasing the question he asked you, basically.
I'll let Davey do it. Davey, what's your question?
Okay.
Yeah, so basically, we asked, why would it be that a necessary thing, that some like necessary set doesn't have an upper limit, but contingent things do, something like that. And then you said because of the nature of necessary things, but that's just pushing the question back. So we can just re-ask that same question.
Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that we were clear.
Yeah. So the nature of the necessary thing, let's say God, and let's say, okay, the Christian says God is perfect in power, right? God is going to be the highest degree of value in reference to power.
Right.
That power. I am favoring lately Ryan Mullen's defense of the Mawson view in saying, okay, power is all abilities with no liabilities. Are you familiar? So
No.
that is possible for that necessary being in reference to its nature, but for a contingent thing, you can't apply that same definition. So in reference to the power of divinity, right? There's no upper limit in the sense of a contingent thing in reference to that type of power that can be accomplished by that type of being.
Damn, Divinity's goated.
I mean, I'm kind of getting lost in what the jargon you're using here now. When you say in reference to the necessary being, like, in what way are you talking about?
Yeah. So I'm just representing, okay, divinity, the maximal set of power that would be available for a being like you that is contingent is different than the maximal set of power that could be available to like the category of a god or the category of divinity.
Like different
in reference to
quantitatively or like?
I'd say quantitatively and qualitatively.
You're saying the upper bound. You're saying that there's no limit to the amount of power divinity could have.
There's no upper bound on the value that power could instantiate.
Okay, well then
Yeah,
I don't
that's what I mean by limit. By limit, I just mean there's no final number.
No, but he was clarifying because you said power and he's talking about value. That's what.
Oh, sorry. There's no upper limit on the value of the power that divinity could have. Is that right?
Oh my gosh, guys! Just know that values are things which living organisms act to gain in.
Shut up.
So
Let me think about the question before I answer.
Man.
Ask
This
it.
is a
Ask
guy
it
that
again.
you wanted to help you with?
Can you? Yeah. Well, I mean, we're on a different topic now. So, ask the question in a different way, Davey. I'm not connecting. I need to write it down or something.
You said that like contingent things, there's no like upper limit to the value of the value of like I should say the value of them
Of the
having
best-
some,
yeah,
some,
of, like, the
some
best
de-
possible
some
world.
degree of there's no value to there's no upper bound on the value they could have from having some degree of something, right? Basically, to put it very generally.
Yeah, that's what I was. So I was representing more particulars. So the statement I made in reference to no upper bound on value is the best possible world, like semantics. That was the original claim. Is like, okay, and keep in mind, this is a conversation I've been having. This is kind of more of a new development, so I'm defending it as best I can. The no upper bounds in sense of value that is representing the best possible world is because there's an infinite set of those possible worlds in a general sense, right?
Actually, I'm curious. Let's say we just said that there is an upper bound. There is a greatest possible world, right? I know you're trying to defend the opposite, but I'm just curious. Like, try to play as if you're not defending it. Would you say that the state of affairs prior to creation was the greatest possible state of affairs?
State of affairs prior to creation in best possible world?
Was it the greatest possible state of affairs?
Yeah.
Or was it imperfect?
Yeah, I think you'd be committed to that, yeah.
And if it's the greatest possible state of affairs, but God desired another state of affairs, and we can also derive that it's the greatest, that God thinks it's the greatest possible state of affairs because it is the greatest possible state of affairs, then God thinks it's the greatest possible state of affairs, and he thinks it's not.
Wait a second. Wait,
Sorry.
You used greatest possible state of affairs like 4 times in reference to each other, and I wasn't sure what you said.
Okay. Okay, you agree with this, I'm assuming. If the state of affairs prior to creation was the greatest possible state of affairs, then God believed that it's the greatest possible state of affairs. I'm assuming you agree.
Yeah, that'd be
That would be kind of silly to deny. And then, if God wanted another state of affairs, I mean, I already sort of ran through this, how he'd want that state of affairs.
This was. Yeah.
Then you could derive that it's not the greatest possible state of affairs by God's lights, and that's the contradiction.
Yeah, if God desired something other than the greatest possible state of affairs, right? That's kind of the point. And you're saying if God,
then that would be that would be a greater possibility.
Yeah, in that sense, on possible worlds, if God created another state of affairs that's separate from the greatest possible, then that's where the contradiction is, right?
It's just that if he had the desire to actualize some other state of affairs, he wouldn't. Then that means that's a greater possible state of affairs by God's own lights.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with that.
Yeah. Okay.
I think someone who does consider best possible worlds, I think they'd be committed to that. They'd have to. They'd have to.
You good?
I'm just dying. It's fine. Slowly but surely.
Aren't we all?
Yeah.
The girl I was gonna have sex with is unavailable for the night, bro.
I am surrounded by heathens.
It's just so saddening, bro. She's Brazilian.
I know what that can be, brother. It'll live.
No, I know.
So, natural, bro.
Tragic.
Nice.
That's what I told her. Yeah, I highly recommend.
Get reparations for that one.
Literally. I highly recommend to all of the atheists in here to get Eternal in Love.
To get what?
Because I'm just
Okay, brother. We're gonna get married. I gave her a promise.
No, it's a book. It's by Ryan Mullins. It's his new book called Eternal.
I thought you said get eternally in love.
No, get the book Eternal in Love by Ryan Mullins.
Isn't that a new one?
Don't get.
Yeah. It's a new one. I'm reading it, and I'm actually going to interview him on it. Actually, hey, wait a second. I wonder if I can pull that up while I'm on here. Wait a second. I'm going to go to my Kindle because I think I haven't got this far, but I think he had a chapter on the general problem of creation.
I can ruin it for you. Everything in the book is wrong.
Oh my god.
Wait, so you do think that you do think that since there's no upper bound, that you think that the state of affairs where God existed prior to creation.
Well, say again.
creation perfect.
Is Davey
You're
cutting out?
cutting out, Davey. Yeah, you're cutting out. Davey.
Hello?
Yeah, you're back.
Did I just lag? I think I'm lagging.
Yeah.
Yeah, you lagged.
Yeah, you lagged.
Okay. Okay, sorry. Yeah, John, I was asking. So you do think since there's back to what you actually are defending, you do think that since there's no greatest possible state of affairs, that
Well, let me
then as a corollary, there's no perfect state of affairs.
Yeah, let me be clear on this really quick. So the notion of like no upper bounds on value, this is something I'm still studying. This isn't something I've made a hard stance on.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, go ahead.
But if that view were true, then the state of affairs where God the state of affairs prior to creation where God existed alone was not perfect.
Yeah, I probably just wouldn't attribute anything to the actual state of affairs.
Well, but
like we can say it's not it's not perfect in the way you're using it. That's fine.
yeah, not perfect in the sense of it's not the case that there's no greater possible state of affairs. That's all right? You affirm that?
Say that one more time.
Do you affirm that it's the case that it's not the case, sorry for the double negative. You affirm that it's not the case.
I affirm that it's not the case that
let me make sure I got this right. You affirm it's not the case that there isn't a greater possible state of affairs.
Do I affirm
the one
that it's
prior
not?
degree?
Okay. Do I affirm that it's not the case that there is a possible
That there isn't.
There isn't a greater possible state of affairs.
Right.
Do
So
I
in other
affirm
words, do you affirm that there is a greater possible state of affairs than the one where God existed prior to creation?
I
sort
would,
of cancel out the negatives.
Yeah, the negatives were confusing the crap out. Yeah, so I would say. I'm sorry.
It's okay. It happens with age.
Yeah. Yeah, you could probably say yes to that.
Okay.
In reference to what we were talking about.
Yeah. So you affirm that there is a greater possible state of affairs than the state of affairs prior to creation.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the state of
so
affairs.
you're just rejecting that premise. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. So the state of affairs in reference to saying like, I don't think the answers like what we're giving are bad, depending on how you like describe it. So one view I think is it Aquinas or Augustine?
Is it Augustine or Augustine? I like Augustine more.
St. Augustine, St. Augustine. I use both. I don't know which one's right.
Because the first one has Augustine
St.
in it, which
Augustine,
is the
Florida. That's for sure.
No,
Yeah,
but because it's Augustine is August is the month I was born, so I like that more.
Yeah, I don't know if it's Augustine or Augustine, but so the claim he makes. Here, I'm gonna look it up because it's gonna bug me. One second. Okay. It's Aquinas. Yeah, so the view that Witt was defending is the view from Aquinas that basically is like God acts out of abundance. And so like an example that's given.
Oh.
Frick. I'm so sick of my charger. My charger's like dead and it's plugged in, but sometimes it'll like like if the cable's not bent a certain way, it'll freaking
ground control to Mr. Geary.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can y'all hear me? Hello?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, I was just making sure.
I was just messing with you.
John, we can't hear you.
So Aquinas' view is he defends it's like out of abundance, and saying, and that's kind of what Witt was getting at, and I don't think most Christians know that they're getting at that, but it's saying like
I don't think that helps.
there's a diffusive nature to goodness, and so that diffusive nature must be expressed.
Must be.
Now, I think the problems with that is it lends you to like the necessity of creation, which the necessity of creation isn't a huge bullet to bite.
Really?
I don't think. Do you?
And isn't that a pretty important thing in classical theism that God was free to not create?
Well, I mean, maybe classical theism. Like, yeah, if Kaysen was here, he'd probably.
I mean, guys, look, I think that I think that if the universe was perfect, it would be static and nothing would move.
Yeah, I don't know why you have to go to pre-creation to get there either. You could just say that on day 6 before there was woman that it wasn't perfect, and you still have the same argument.
Because I'm asking about the state of affairs where God exists alone, which they usually want to say is perfect. That's why I'm not talking about after he created.
Yeah.
I was just saying
The argument doesn't run on Kaysen, does it, Davey? It doesn't run on Kaysen in reference to.
If he thinks creation is necessary, then yeah.
Do you guys think that God could lift a stone that he couldn't lift?
Well,
dude, okay, no joke. I was on live like 3 days ago, and I had 2 atheists come up and hit me with it back to back.
What is your kind of omnipotence?
Yeah, I'm favoring Ryan Mullins and Mawson's view right now.
What is this view?
That God has all abilities with no liabilities.
All right, you mentioned it.
What do you mean by all abilities?
Yeah, so we can just reference like logical possibility there.
There's an ability to create a stone. There's an ability to create a stone that you can.
What is the logical? Well, this is little.
No. So that's the key to the view. Is it references no liabilities?
What's a liability?
Yeah, so a liability is going to be anything that would be in like it would be a weakness, or it would be something that would be disconnected from perfect being theism in reference to perfect rationality.
No, I mean this is just no.
That is not good.
Yeah, that's where the fucking blunder is. There's like in there. Yeah. I mean, like, the problem.
I don't think there's an issue all day. Wait, I don't think there's an issue.
No. Like, here's the problem. Okay, like when you say something,
he has all the abilities except for the no ones.
Yeah, it's like.
No. So it's not the no ones. It's just that the no ones are going to be a liability, or they're going to be a weakness in reference to perfect rationality. So for example, like I have the power to lift a 50-pound weight.
Well,
I have the actual power to do that.
Do it right now.
Now, if I drop that, wait, one sec. If I drop that weight, do you say that is also a power?
Yeah.
Okay, so if you say that's a power, and let's say I intend to drop that weight on my foot, I have a power to drop it, but that power is a liability. It's not an ability.
Well, and a liability in reference to your life, not a liability in reference to your causal ability.
Yeah, but we can reference it's a liability. We're not just talking about like God's power. We're not just talking about necessarily.
Is it a liability? Okay,
Let me answer. Let me respond to divinity. So when we're talking about like omnipotence, we're not just referencing causal ability.
What else are we referencing?
Because God's ability can also be in reference to like actions he performs.
Mm-hmm. So I don't understand. So
it wouldn't be just limited to
liability in the way that was given through the example meant something like hurts a living being.
That's actually basically what I was going to say. Do you mean liability in some sense?
In what sense could liability apply to God?
Yeah, it's like a weak. So okay, here's a common example.
Yeah, but I just don't know. I think the concept of weakness is organic. Like I think that's a biological concept. So I need to
Yeah,
understand.
that's something that would only really make sense in
something that conditionally exists. Like if something is immutable and perfect and necessary, I don't understand in what way the concept of weakness applies to it.
We can't
Like
harm
self,
it.
self-unalignment.
Yeah, but God can't say it's necessary. Like it
Like
doesn't.
it can, tamper with the Constitution of God.
Yeah, I don't hold to immutability in reference.
Self-unalignment would fall into that same category, yeah.
No, because that would be a liability.
No, that's what I'm saying. It would fall into the category of something that could be plausible or possible, but would be a liability.
Okay, so that's
Yeah, it'd be a liability. So like the most common example is like, can God sin, right? And so sin is a liability. It's a weakness, right?
Can I get an analysis of what that means?
It's a power, but it's a weakness.
Can I get a definition of weakness?
Yeah,
Can we get
weakness.
semantic reduction on that?
Because like I have a definition of weakness being like hurt frustrates the living processes of an organism. Like that's what it means for someone to be weak. Right?
Yeah, so I think there can be there can be different definitions of weakness. So you could be weak in reference to like not knowing a subject.
How are you saying it when you say that the ability to do sin is a weakness?
Yeah, in what way is that weakness? Why weakness do you?
Oh, I mean that's just going to be like theologically consistent.
No, but I'm asking in what way do you
What way is it a weakness? I understand.
Yeah, so sin. Yeah, if sin is the like failure to love God or people, if you want to define it in that sense, sin is going to be a weakness because you're
to see where we're held
you're
up.
failing in respect.
Like, what is a weakness? Like, what does it mean for someone? Like, what is the definition of that term?
Yeah, like not without giving it ostensibly.
Yeah, like I understand what you're trying to exemplify the concept. I just don't know what you're trying to exemplify.
Yeah, so I'd rather just stick to liability. So I'm not really. I said weakness.
What is the definition of a liability? I guess.
Yeah, so a liability is going to be, as I'm trying to remember the exact definition, because these freaking philosophical terms are so here. Let me do this really quick. 1 sec.
Something like counterproductive towards the will or the desire.
1 sec. I want to give the correct definition of liability. 1 sec.
Productive towards the will.
Yeah, let's just let John find it in the Kindle.
Well, the fact that he's willing, it makes doesn't that definitionally make everything you do not counterproductive?
This guy John sucks.
Dude, I accidentally put sunscreen in my eye. What the frick? And Debates, big fan. Shout out and Debates in the comment section.
Fuck that ninja.
Fuck that ninja in the comment section.
That's right.
If you deny free will, then you're immoral.
That's a really good point.
I agree. Why are you this close to blocking me? What the frick?
Can I get big screen, Jim?
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Y'all think that Chipotle's open right now?
You wanted big screen just to cough at us?
Dude, you guys think Chipotle's open?
Just Google it.
It closed an hour ago.
I'm asking what y'all think though.
Give me
Okay.
the street address and I can
Oh, there we go.
2 a.m.
Yeah, so this is the definition that Mawson and Ryan Mullins give in reference to omnipotence. So omnipotence is the most power-granting set of abilities that is logically possible. As J. Mawson explains, the maximal power-granting set does not simply contain all ability. I wonder if
I'm not gonna get no damn Sofritas in. I'm gonna FaceTime and Debates and debate them on the ethics of this. Hold on.
Dude, get Sofritas.
Yeah, so
Oh
the
my
max.
god.
So it does not simply contain all abilities. This is because not all things that we speak of in English are abilities, are powers. Some abilities are liabilities. For example, the ability to perform
What a good
irrational.
replacement.
For example, the ability to perform irrational actions is a liability.
So this is the point where I think you were asking what the definition of liability. So they define it as just the ability to perform irrational actions. And so in reference to God's perfect rationality, he contains all abilities with no liabilities.
Okay,
So
to perform irrational actions?
He can't perform irrational actions.
Why would it be irrational for him to perform the action of creating a stone he can't lift? Or, something, whatever, example you want to use.
Because it's...
Yeah,
Yeah, P-Mark, can you just, shut the hell up?
Yeah, so so you can answer this in two ways. You can say that God, in reference to the incarnation. So, in reference to Jesus, God can create a stone so big he can't lift it. In reference to his nomological possibility within the incarnation. So that's one way you can say it. Another way you can say it is God creates a stone so big that it fills all spaces, and if something by definition fills all spaces, then that would be a way that God could create a stone he couldn't lift because it fills all spaces and there's no place to move the stone.
That sounds made up.
Sounds like you just made that up.
Thank you. So, if can God create a stone that is so big that fills all space that that stone is contained in? In that sense, the stone couldn't lift it because there's no space to lift it. So you can answer that in that way. I also think it's like an etymological fallacy in saying the stone paradox is in reference to kind of a similar question. Like if you arm wrestle yourself, are you going to win or lose? Right?
Well, you can't arm wrestle yourself.
Can I say something?
Wait, you can arm wrestle yourself. One sec, baby. Just let me finish this.
Yeah, right after John finishes.
Yeah, I would say you can arm wrestle yourself. You can take one arm and another arm and pin them against each other. But you're fighting against yourself, right? So let's call the left arm, let's call it your one power. Let's call the right arm another exemplification of that power.
The second arm's gotta have a nickname.
Okay, we'll call it Bob. How about that?
It was too long of a name.
Yeah. So, a girl named Jenny and a boy named Screech. Have y'all seen?
My arms is men.
Yeah. So if you put those two arms against each other, you both win and lose. The stone paradox it sucks for all those reasons, but it's like saying, okay, God's power to create versus God's power to physically move an object, and that's just putting God's power against God's own power. And so that type of question.
Nobody's talking about physical power. So, I've had
say what?
I've had dumbass people, not you but people will answer that and say, of course, God could create a rock so big he couldn't physically lift it, but he could telepathically lift it. Nobody's referencing specifically physical power.
No, I'm not. Let's just say nomologically.
Okay.
How about that? Okay. So, I've come to the final position that I don't think the question makes sense because it's good for getting the theist to define what omnipotence is. That's what the question's good for. It's a good prodding question, but it's not actually a challenge to omnipotence.
So you're saying I arm wrestled myself is it's not proposition?
It's putting your power against your own power.
Can you explain it?
Because you're saying that if you arm wrestle yourself, either arm wrestling entails either a win or a loss being instantiated, but arm wrestling yourself entails both, so it can't be that it's a proposition. Is that what you're saying?
Say the last part.
If
you gotta talk slowly. Okay. I can track, but I'm not good at fast. I'm not good at tracking fast.
I'm not trying to talk fast, so I'll try to talk slower.
Maybe slow down.
Slow it down.
Okay, yeah.
Maybe Davey could maybe slow down.
Buffalo, man.
Ironic that you're mocking John when you're so much dumber than he is, but
What? I wasn't mocking.
No, not you.
What are you? Oh, my name's
said
Sean.
that he's mocking you.
That's yeah.
Yeah, it's ironic. You're really fucking dumb.
Mars was saying, "Oh, slow it down for me."
I didn't even hear him. All I heard.
This is not
All
really
I
proving the
heard-
case that you're smarter.
Gosh, I didn't even hear it. I'm so sorry.
Anyway,
Go ahead.
I lost my train of thought. What were you? Oh, right. You were asking me to repeat. Okay.
The proposition.
So the question. So you agree if arm wrestling happens, then there's a winner and there's a loser, right?
Not necessarily. Like I think in the account of you arm wrestling yourself, I think it's possible for you to do in some sense, but I don't think you're a winner or a loser. I think it's like you can't win or lose, and I think that's it's well you can say it this way. You can say in respect to your left arm you win, in respect to your right arm you lose. You could say it that way, or you could just flat out say in both cases.
I'm just saying, what if you say arm wrestling entails that you're both a winner or a loser, so you can't arm wrestle yourself?
Yeah, I mean, you could say that if that's how you define arm wrestling. Normally, arm wrestling is.
I'm just saying because it would entail that entail a contradiction.
Yeah. So if you want to like define arm wrestling in that sense, it would entail a contradiction. The paradox point in reference to the stone paradox, like I said, you could answer it in reference to like nomological possibility, or you can answer it. I personally, I still think it's an etymological fallacy. I think it's like stringing words together that aren't like super coherent.
I think it's an internal contradiction because you're saying there exists irresistible force and an unmovable object. And there can't exist an irresistible force and an unmovable object in the same universe. So there's.
Wait, I don't. How did I indirectly insult John? Okay, I don't know what that's about.
Someone insulted.
Or they both exist, P Mars,
Maybe
and the unmovable object stays unmoved and the unstoppable force stays unstopped because they just both are by definition those
No,
things.
but they definitionally can't exist together in the same universe. So the question
Or
is.
they can, and you and I can't understand how.
What the fuck? If there's an irresistible force and an they can't exist together. Because if the force wouldn't be irresistible if there's an unmovable object, and if there's an unmovable object,
Irresistible, you mean unstoppable, right?
they can't exist in the same universe. So it's an
It just means
internal.
like a really sexy force.
There's an internal contradiction in the question. So essentially,
One is irresistible.
the question is gibberish.
Hence the name of paradox.
Wait, you
Okay,
said
I have
an
a better-
irresistible force and a what?
It's not even a paradox. It's not a paradox. An irresistible force and an immovable object. They can't exist together in the same universe. So that's an internal inconsistency in the question, which means it's gibberish.
Well, really quick, Davey. Like I know philosophers have pretty much thrown the stone paradox out. Like you're not using it as an objection, right? You're just like.
Well, I'm not confident that omnipotence paradoxes are unsuccessful, but that one might be.
I have a question, John.
What's another? Oh, sorry. Go ahead. What?
Could God make a meal that's so good that when he eats it, like he's like surprised by how good it tastes?
You're like, are you talking like an anthropomorphic god? What do you mean?
Yeah, he like makes himself a meal, and but it's so good that like he's taken aback, like, oh wow, that's really good.
He makes himself a mule?
He make himself a meal that is so tasty that he is surprised by how good
he
it
like
tastes.
cooks a mule?
Dinner.
Oh, I thought you said like God makes himself. No, I thought he said God makes himself a mule.
No, that would be a stupid question. This one is sincere. It's like usually when we talk about these things, it's like in the other direction of like trying to, you know what I mean? Could it be so good that he's surprised by how good it is?
I don't think so. I don't think that's a paradox. No.
Can he be surprised by anything?
There's not a paradox there. We can just say like God. We can just say like God can't be surprised. My wife is sticking her fingers.
If God is
what?
If God's omnipotent, if God's
By the way, John, just to be clear, I was just saying I'm agnostic on whether omnipotence paradoxes. I'm not convinced that none of them work, but there's people who know a lot more about those than me that you should talk to instead of me.
How about this one? If God's
I'm pretty sure Jack thinks that omnipotence paradoxes work.
Jack is a sophist.
I only think they're good in
Jack is the greatest philosopher of our day. If God is omnipotent, could he create a competent atheist debater?
Well,
Jack and I have history. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. Really just.
Mars, you noticed the sort of crickets that went on there when you told that joke, right?
It's okay, P-Mars. Some jokes.
Here's the thing: is like there's no empirical evidence for comedy, so you don't believe in it. So you don't.
That's good. John, wait, John, I haven't.
Okay.
John, I have
That one hit.
I have
That was a
another
good one.
question.
We had one stinker, and then we had a thing. But I think I agree with Amdir and like Ruxter and
Kind of John, stop yapping. Somebody wants to ask you a question.
Yeah, just sorry. I didn't want to interrupt the serious convo, but I have a serious question now. Could God, like a fishing pier, could God turn himself into two of those? That's a serious question.
Can God turn himself into a fishing pier?
Two fishing piers.
Can God turn himself into two fishing piers?
Yeah, not one or three, two of them. That's a serious
Can you
question.
spell the word pier?
P-I-E-R.
Can God turn himself into two fishing piers?
This is a serious question.
I don't see any. Yeah, I don't see any reason why not.
Okay, wouldn't that be a paradox?
As long. No, I don't think that would be.
That would be a pair of dogs.
Oh my god. My mind. You're so dumb. Dadgummit. No, serious answer though is just like the property of those piers would have.
No, please don't answer the question. I was being disgraceful.
Could so does it take surprise to be angered by something? And if so, is God ever surprised?
What?
Does it take surprise to be angered by an event?
No, I wouldn't say so.
Are you asking about what caused the initial anger?
Oh,
like
yeah.
If I know something's happened or is going to happen.
Yeah, it's like, okay, God sees evil people and he gets angry and floods the world type thing.
Yeah. So does that not require surprise?
Yeah. So you can take different views on this. If frickin' Yaya's in the chat, I know what she's gonna say. But you can take an open theistic view and say God can be surprised, and he still has the maximal set of like omniscience in reference to his knowledge.
I don't think you have to do any of that.
Well, I'm just giving him different models. I'm like, he could be surprised in that sense, in like an open theistic view.
Well, I think it's irrelevant to his question though, because I don't think you can anticipate becoming angry and then become angry and not be surprised by that
This is the example. This is the example I was going to give. Just imagine a being that has existed for a past infinite amount of time and has just always been angry. There can't be a point where it became angry. So then it just means that anger doesn't necessitate surprise, right? Because there's no point before it was
that's
angry.
what I'm asking. If you've always known something's going to happen, you always will know it happened. Like at will.
Ryan Mullins is going to say God can undergo like relational and dispositional changes, or also known as Cambridge changes.
I absolutely affirm that.
Well, you'd just be a moron if you thought that was false.
But yeah, I don't know if that answers the question.
Well, I mean,
how
that's
the anger
that's
requires.
that's exactly what Thomas believed, like God being pure act. Like, no, I'm not trying to like confirm your hypothesis, but
You said open theist. Is that right?
My hypothesis is actually greatly strengthened.
He changes his disposition. So like, human choice is part of God's plan. So it's like we're going on an adventure in human history with God.
But is he surprised by it, or has he always known what the outcome would be eternally past, infinite past?
Well, he wouldn't be surprised because he's omniscient. So what does surprise have to do with anything?
Well, if your
nature of
actions are what inform God's knowledge, would you say that that's true, P-Mars?
No, there's like a non-causal relationship between his knowledge and your choice.
So like, well, do you like grant middle,
this
middle
was the
knowledge or
freaking
no?
topic that Darth came up on and decided he wanted to rumble with me.
Do you grant middle knowledge or no, P-Mars?
What?
Do you grant middle
Don't even
knowledge?
start on middle knowledge.
I lean towards that, yeah.
Okay. Well, does God know what you're gonna do? So God knows what you're gonna do before you do it. It's not like your action informs Him in any way.
That's not what middle knowledge is.
I thought middle knowledge was just God knows all the
He knows, like-
counterfactuals of creaturely freedom or something.
Yeah, he would
Yeah,
know.
but if it's a counterfactual, then it's not what you're gonna do.
He knows what you're gonna do, and he knows everything you
Right.
could.
Yeah, there's a difference between what you
What you
what
will
you're
do
going
and what
to
you
do and
would do, right?
what you will do and what you would do are the
Oh yeah,
distinctions.
that's true.
Yeah.
That's true. Yeah. Okay. Thanks, David. Yeah. Okay. Well, I was just okay. Yeah. I guess I was confusing that then.
You fucking idiot.
I mean, that's fine. Well,
Get this dipshit off the live.
Get him out of here.
I was just trying to bring up something that I forget who, but I think I don't know if it was Wit, but somebody said that your decision is what informs God's knowledge, and they were like bringing up some weird backwards causation deal. It was.
It sounds like something dumb. What's
Yeah,
Wait, John.
that
John,
is
have-
a real moron.
Wait, John, have we talked? Wait, John, what do you think about middle knowledge?
I am.
You cozied up with it?
I'm agnostic. So my view of God's omniscience, like I'm pretty satisfied with the all like power granting set of abilities, no liabilities on omnipotence. I think that's a really good coherent definition. But omniscience, I don't think I
I
have
just
like
want you to
a,
talk to. I want you to talk to Jack about that because he definitely knows a lot more about the omnipotence paradox system.
He knows
Yeah,
a lot
I
about
mean,
minors, too.
There's a lot of other people.
Read a fucking book, Jackson Sophist.
Other people that I'd ask you to talk to, but they're not on TikTok. They're like, adults who hate TikTok.
Oh, if they're adults, then Jack wouldn't prefer to talk to them.
yeah. I don't hang out enough around Phil Bros. I hang out around these guys.
Maybe.
Yeah, but anyway,
Jack isn't a Phil bro. Jack's a pedophile.
I'm not including you in that statement, Jim. Just slurms.
there's
And wit.
There's an interesting objection to middle knowledge. I mean, it's sort of an ad hominem because it has to do with.
Wait, are you referencing the modal collapse of middle knowledge?
No.
Oh, I mean that's an interesting objection.
He assaulted a grandma in the movie theater because she was making too much noise.
So I haven't looked at this in a minute. What is? Can you
never do it
can you
again.
account-
I'm not asking P Mars to be kicked because of what he's saying, but just because he's derailing.
Right, stop.
Yeah, Davey.
So there's an interesting objection to middle knowledge.
Go ahead.
That it's sort of an ad hominem because it has to do with whether you accept libertarian free will, or more specifically, leeway freedom, aka libertarian free will plus principle of alternate possibilities. If God knows that some state of affairs would necessitate you doing an action, then you don't have leeway freedom in that counterfactual. So then leeway freedom is false. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Middle
no,
knowledge is
yeah,
middle knowledge.
I understand the objection. I'm a compatibilist myself.
Yeah, I just thought you'd find it interesting.
No, I the main objection I've heard against middle knowledge is the modal collapse objection.
I mean, unironically though, I'm not trying to derail, but I have to derail. Isn't Jack a pedophile? Isn't that like a thing?
Alright, I'll make sure not to bring him up around you.
I guess it's a genuine question. I thought it. He's. I don't think he's acted on it. It's just how he feels on the inside. Oh. And to be fair, he's about as mature as a 13-year-old person mentally.
You weren't trying to derail, right?
Wait, you derailed like that without even trying? That's
Hey,
insane.
1 sec. I'm gonna grab a drink. I'll be right back.
Jesus Christ! Who's making that
Oh my
noise?
God! What is that? Slurms has natural talent. Yeah.
Well, natural talent doesn't beat skill like you have.
I want to say hello to my ex-boyfriend, Slurms. Will you please take me back?
Wait, what? Did we have a fling and then we fell out? I don't remember that.
Yeah, it was a freaking sexual.
Okay, who's having Jamie? Mute your mic when you're shoveling that
I don't know
shit.
if like
out.
you're. I think you're like paper crumbling on the mic.
Let me get my baguette.
Anyway, Slurms, I miss you and I love you.
What hat? Did we have a fight or something?
No, I've always gotten along with you.
Oh, okay. Well then, yeah.
I'm doing side work, so I'm gonna mute up. It's about to get crunchy in this bitch.
Yeah, whoever's doing that, I wanna unalive you in real life. I wanna.
That was Narada originally, maybe, I think. Anyway, P-Mars,
Narada what?
P-Mars, is your daddy still Darth Dawkins or what?
What?
All right, Narada, hi, welcome to the panel. Did you want to contribute to the conversation or the background or what?
I hope he contributes more than Wit's been contributing.
I don't know if I've been here long enough to because I think the only thing that I heard was, can God make a meal that he was taken aback by, right?
Yeah.
I would say, yeah, I just think that's possible for sure.
Oh, you do?
He's all powerful and he can do anything, right?
Well, I mean, depends on how you're gonna catch that up, but I don't see a problem with it. But then again, well, what do I know? I'm Slurm.
Hey, that's a big title there, big guy. Okay, that means something to a lot of us.
But
also, did someone say something about God being all-knowing and he'll know your actions, and that's like deterministic or something like that?
no one said anything about that.
Okay. Gonna take a back seat for now.
I mean, John kind of just like took over, so I just let it happen.
John's a real domineering guy.
Wit, that is not what happened. You
Well,
said,
what?
you
Like,
said,
I
you
come in
said,
here and then they started fucking talking, so I'm like, well,
yeah, but you said, John, I don't know if you want to tag in here, but that's all I got, so you can take it over.
oh yeah, I forgot.
I mean, I guess all that.
Just to be clear, what happened is you absolutely floundered in the debate. No one thought you looked good, and you had to call in your backup, John.
Damn.
That's definitely what happened.
Wait, this is the backup John? Where's the real John?
Well, can I ask how creation disproves God?
Sure. Does somebody want to take it? Or...
talking about it.
I mean, if you guys are like way past that, then that's fine. Just
No, that's
curious.
fine.
That stuff is so 30 minutes ago.
I would love to know that too. That seems ridiculous.
All right. Well, do you take God to be a perfect being, and by that I mean that he's maximally great, self-sufficient, and doesn't lack anything?
I'd say he's maximally lit.
Maximally lit. So then, if that's the case, it seems as if though creating anything is unnecessary, or perhaps even contradictory to his nature, right? Because what explains that God creates?
Yeah, it's unnecessary. Yeah, it's contingent.
Well, I mean, God is love personified, and you need two things to love. So.
Oh no, this just got dumb.
No.
Creation is contingent. He didn't have to create. Yeah.
So nothing explains the fact that he created.
I mean, I would just say the love thing. I guess he created us. One love, like when two man and woman love each other, they want to share that love, and they create a baby. And God's love.
Was his love not perfect prior to creation?
Yeah, but love desires to like share itself with others.
But love takes two.
This sounds like Aquinas' view.
Yeah, I mean, also that doesn't seem to follow, right? Because if you believe that God existed in his triune nature, well, he could have shared his love within the three persons of the Trinity.
That's why I don't understand it.
I don't believe in the Trinity.
Oh, I didn't know you were
Well,
lukewarm.
he was talking to P. Marish.
Okay.
What'd you ask? Just tag word.
What was that? I can hear.
What did you ask?
I said it doesn't seem that follows then, because if love is something that needs to be shared, he could have shared that within the three persons of the Trinity.
Yeah, he did.
Wait, I don't believe in God.
They want to share.
Well, but if it's the nature of God, if it's the nature of love that it needs to be shared, and God is essentially loving, then he essentially creates.
Like he wants to share his love with others, so then he creates us as like his children.
Do you hear what I said?
I thought you were agreeing with me.
I'm challenging what you said earlier, which is that his creation would be contingent, given what you just said.
You think creation's necessary?
Hey, I don't mean to derail.
Without
I don't think there isn't such a thing as creation. I'm talking about your view.
If creation can't be necessary, because then that leads to a moral collapse.
Good job.
Yeah, that's the criticism, right? Because if it seems as if though this love that he has is such that he requires creation in order to share it, and it kind of entails that creation is necessary.
So what do you mean by creation?
Well, I mean, if it's the fact in response to the love thing, right? It would have to be creating.
Wait, but Jim, what do you mean by creation?
Yeah. If it's in respect to the love thing, it would be creating humans, right? Or creating agents that he shares love with.
I'll just repeat what I said earlier, which is if it's an essential characteristic of love that it's shared, an essential characteristic of God is that he's loving, then it's an essential characteristic of God that he shares his love.
Yeah, but love and obligation are like antithetical. Because if like...
Is that engaging with what I said?
Because it wouldn't...
say anything about I didn't say anything about obligations.
That's what I understood it.
I just said it's an essential characteristic. I didn't invoke anything normative.
You're saying like he's obligated to create.
I said it's an essential characteristic. I didn't invoke any normative language.
You were going to derail, John? Go for it.
Wait, this isn't the real John.
So this is a
This
genuine
isn't the real
question.
John.
So the thing that I'm not even going to reference what happened.
You're the
but
backup
thing
John.
that-
That's the backup John. This is backup.
the thing the other day with J Mike, did that get sorted out, Slums?
J Mike, because of J Mike, now the blue whale is the second biggest pussy on planet Earth.
Wait a second. Not. So I'm just asking, Slurms, did just yes or no? Did it get sorted out with J Mike? Come on, you can never shut up. Why are you silent now?
Oh my, dude, John, read the room. You think that's the time to start insulting the guy after you ask him a very personal question about an altercation, then he's
You're a
silent?
fucking motor mouth.
That's crazy.
I constantly am when I think of Slurms, I think of Iago from Aladdin and Polly want a cracker type deal.
Okay.
I think he does it better walking than like his walking.
Slurms.
He probably heard you and he chose not to respond.
Affleck! Just answer the question.
He already didn't.
So.
Just yes or no. I don't need
Hey,
details.
shut up and I'll answer. So he gave me his number and told me to call him, but I haven't done it yet, and I don't know if I'm going to. The whole situation kind of rubbed me the wrong way.
Oh, okay. All right. I was curious. I did message him
One time I rubbed a cat the wrong way.
Yeah, I'll DM you if you want to know, but I did message him on your behalf.
All the fur came off because I was going against the grain.
Stop. I hate you. I hate you a lot.
I just had clammy hands and it was a heavy-handed pat from butt to the back of the neck.
John, message me with whatever you're talking about.
The cat's stomach was hitting the floor. That's how hard I was dead weight with my arm in this cat.
So Narada, did that kind of answer your question about what creation is?
Coco said a racist paid him money to demod Slims.
Yeah. He tried.
It's pretty funny. I thought that was funny. It's because there's something wrong with me.
But
Who was in here in our atheist Bible study?
So Narada, that's what he means by creation.
It was me, just me. I think Slurm, not Slurm, so Sir was in it.
Whatever happened to that?
Megs. I think it
Megs happened to it? What did Megs do?
No. I said
Megs is an
she
evil.
was in it. I think.
Is it diabolical?
We would set it up for a day, and then it was conflicting, and then we tried that a couple of times, and then people just got tired of wanting to continue. I was excited. I was learning a lot. It was pretty good. But
I wanted to do it. Y'all hit me at the worst time ever because that's when the merge started happening with my church, and my life got like Fresh Prince Bel-Aired.
What are we talking about?
we had a Bible study where we were going over scripture through a scholarly view.
Why? Better
I like how
people have already done that.
Interchangeable with atheist.
Much better, much more qualified people have already done that. A lot of them.
Yeah, we were reading their stuff and then discussing amongst us.
Oh, okay, that sounds like a lot of fun. I see why you continued.
Bible study is fun when you're not a degenerate. Welcome, John. John? What's your denomination?
So, on paper, Pentecostal.
What is this on paper? He says.
Oh my god.
What an idiot.
And he says to me, he's Pentecostal on paper.
So what he says to me,
Yeah,
he says,
I lay a piece of paper on the floor and I dance on it.
What the fuck does that even mean on paper?
It means I am
an idiot.
In theory, my schooling, my credentials and papers
wait, John.
are directly through the Pentecostal Protestant
John,
denomination.
you're Pentecostal? I've been respecting you this whole time.
Yeah, sorry. I didn't mean to do the switch and bait on you.
That's an insanely valid response. I've been expecting you this whole time. It's crazy. Oh my god.
My response was insanely valid.
Just saying that Pentecostal can be whatever you want it to be.
Hey, they do be excited though.
Polyglossia.
Yeah, so I'm Pentecostal in reference to my beliefs, but I'm allergic to the crazy.
You're not Pentecostal.
No, I'm Pentecostal on paper.
That doesn't make sense, John.
It does.
Every time you say it, I want to slug you. Slug you right between your eyes, right in your nose.
Pow! Right in the kisser.
There you go, Whitney.
Wait, John, are you
this
basically
old Zane gets it?
Are you basically saying you start with Pentecostal beliefs and then you tweak it a little bit with a philosophy wrench?
Yes.
Oh my god.
That's fair.
Why didn't you just say that?
But if you were good with the wrench, you'd just you wouldn't be a theist.
Well, to be fair, nobody really knows what Pentecostals believe because they could just believe whatever the fuck they want.
I can tell you what Pentecostals believe. 16 fundamentals, Whit.
Well, I trust that Whit gave a charitable interpretation.
That probably has.
Well, my denomination believes 17 fundamentals, so we're better.
And mine only believes 15, so it's divine simplicity.
Because 15 is perfect.
No, yours only believes 1, so it's divine simplicity.
I don't believe in
Don't tell me what I
because I'm a
believe, John.
degenerate.
I believe in you, Slurms.
I believe in you too.
Nobody believes in Slurms.
Shut up, Whit.
Yeah, so...
You know, the only thing's dumber than, what are you again, John, on paper?
I'm Pentecostal.
You know the only thing dumber than being a Pentecostal on paper?
Don't say it.
You know,
Being a
you
woman?
know what it is? I'll give you a hint. Greek food.
Filioque?
Greek festivals.
Well, Filioque is
I don't know.
Being Greek?
Eastern Orthodox. How old are your parents, Whit?
One time, it was a couple months ago, I told Whit, and I quote, "I'm having a bad day," and she Venmo'd me $2,500.
Whit, I'm having a really, really, really bad day.
My grandmother, mother, father, and brother just died.
Yep, everyone in my life just died. More so than Forrest's.
Can you please Venmo me? I'm dead.
Also, I just been diagnosed with a terrible disease that with lots of money.
I just died of Super 8. Can you please help?
Davy's dead, Whit.
And you're sitting here being Eastern Orthodox like it's a game?
Yeah.
I've played these games before.
Can you... I don't know the answer to this question.
You're the backup, John.
When Slurms inevitably goes to hell, can you pray him out like purgatory?
Inevitably.
Wow. You don't know that. You don't know that Slurms is saved or not.
John, you believe
Do I not have free will under your made-up compatibilist definition?
My made up compatible. You do if it's in line with your desires.
Yeah, I don't know what all that means, but all right.
Wait, John, you believe in hell, right?
Yes, but no.
Wait, is Tino back?
Is P-Mars going to hell?
This man can never give us a straight fucking answer. Yes, but no.
16 fundamentals
On
that
paper.
Pentecostals believe in.
Oh,
I
wait,
believe
are we
in
talking
hell.
to Tino again?
Yeah, that's what I was about to say.
I believe in hell, absolutely.
Okay.
Now, the certain model or conception or doctrine of hell, that's where we differ.
Okay. Is P-Mars going to hell?
I don't know. Hey, P-Mars.
If there is one, I swear to God, he's going there.
Wait, you swear to who?
Well, the conditions on someone going to hell or heaven is just based on like Jesus. So if Jesus is, your Lord, then P-Mars should be straight.
Wait, isn't Jesus
If
everyone's Lord?
If Jesus is not his Lord, or he is ignorant, he is ignorant of Jesus being Lord, then he's. If he's just not out of like rebellion, then he's screwed. But if he is off of like ignorance, then he might have a chance.
Is this Pentecostalism?
What? What are you talking about, Whit?
It makes no sense.
What makes no sense?
Just fucking say something. You keep saying yes and no. It's really annoying.
Yes and no. I said that.
Oh, Jesus.
There's a doctrine of hell, Whit. What doctrine do you hold to? Oh, wait, let me guess. The church's
And we're
father.
sick of your prevaricating. Also, grow your fucking mustache.
The church fathers had absolutely no definitive doctrine on hell.
Definitive?
Yeah, like their doctrines of hell differed consistently, especially in the early centuries.
Many conceptions of hell are eternal.
To sit here and say
These
that
guys.
anyone, right, has like a total purview of what hell is like would just be insane to say at this point. So I'm not going to say that we have.
Well, there's three main.
They certainly had some agreement amongst themselves.
Well, there's four main options in Christian theology. You have eternal conscious torment, which is you're going to burn forever. Your flesh is going to grow back on side of your bones, and your tendons are going to grow back, and your muscles
Jesus
are going to
fucking
grow back.
Christ.
And all of those things are constantly going to be burnt and then grow back for all of eternity. So there's that option.
That's an all good God for sure.
And you're consciously aware of it. So that's eternal conscious torment. Second option, annihilationism. That is the destruction of the immaterial substance, which we call the soul or the spirit. Then there is purgatory, where it's like, hey, you can go to hell in like a timeout type deal, and it's like, hey, you might be able to get out if you get prayed out. Or there's universalism. No one goes to hell. Everyone goes to heaven. And
there's also my eschatology, which is everyone goes to hell.
Oh, fucking way.
That
I'm never going there.
I've never heard that
kitty.
one.
That's a cute little kitty. I'm getting a cat tonight. I'm getting a kitten tomorrow, Slurm. A little orange cat.
Are you really?
Yeah, for real.
That's awesome.
I've never owned a cat in my life.
This is my first cat ever. I didn't think I was a cat person.
What's his name or her name?
His name is Guillermo.
Guillermo?
Is that your property?
No, he's my best friend.
Hey, Guillermo, could you leave right now if you wanted to without Slurms picking you up and bringing you back?
He's gonna bolt.
When I come home, he'll go.
You can do it. You can do it, buddy. Escape.
And he tries to eat onions, but he can't. They're not supposed to eat onions.
Wait a second. Did you give Guillermo a wife?
What?
Did you give Guillermo a wife?
No.
I think he's doing like a biblical slavery joke.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, I tricked him.
He's like, now I have to live in this fucking apartment forever.
Yeah. And I can beat him nearly to death as long as he doesn't die within a few days.
Yeah, as long as he can get up after three very 72 hours. Like, how badly do you have to beat an individual to where they can't get up for 3 days? That's such a sick, disgusting.
Well, it's less. You have to beat them less severely if they're a cat.
Well, so specifically, like this notion, the word there in
23.5.
The word there in Hebrew actually says avenged, and so it actually represents a life for a life situation. Basically, it's saying like if you do beat them and they get up, then you don't have to die.
So that's a proper Exodus 21 exegesis for free. You're welcome.
I won't thank you.
Well,
no one ever does. No one ever does. No one ever does for my free education. So.
Looks like no Christian was able to give a sufficient answer as to why God creates, and so I guess nobody's disproving my background.
Wait. Can you guys entertain me with? I have one more dumb question.
Davey conceded to me a
Christian, I guess.
Shut up, Narada.
What did I concede?
Fuck did that?
Dave, you conceded that the argument doesn't run on the notion of perfection and a perfect state of affairs. That's what you conceded on. You're like, yeah, the argument doesn't run. And so there it is.
I'm confused exactly what you mean, but just to clarify, you're saying I conceded that if you don't accept that the state of affairs prior to creation is perfect, then the argument doesn't work?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I wasn't sure if you meant that, but if that's what you mean, then yeah.
Yeah. So that means Jim's statement that he just made is false.
Oh wait, so is the view that you said that if somebody accepts the fact that there wasn't a perfect state of creation prior to creation is true?
Yeah, if they say if they say the state of affairs prior to creation, where God existed alone, was not perfect, then the argument doesn't work.
Okay, so I have two questions.
At least the way I was running.
Right. One would be, would that fall under classical theism or the view of classical theism?
I think classical theism. Classical theists say that the state of affairs prior to creation was perfect.
Yeah, classical theism has a bunch of problems. So
then you're just like sidestepping the argument, right? Because the argument's not geared towards you. But secondly, when you guys were talking about the state of affairs,
well, that's why I kept talking to John because it was interesting. But I did say the argument doesn't work if you reject that premise.
Yeah. No, that's fair. But
yeah,
also,
I wasn't saying you conceded
anything. When we refer to state of affairs, at least how I understand it, it just means everything that exists, right? Or the state of how the world is at that given
Just all the propositions that are true in that world.
Yeah. So in a state of a world where God exists prior to creation, the only thing that exists is God. Right? There's no external world. So only God exists. So are you saying that the set of things that are in the state of affairs prior to creation is just God, and so therefore God is
there is no other set. Like there's nothing else that exists.
Yeah. So then, are you saying that in a world where only God, where
but in a world where
God?
Yeah, in a world where only God exists, there is
not a world, the actual world.
Yeah, the world creation. Yeah, 100%. So in the world where God actually exists, right, has not created anything, sans creation, all that. In that world, God is perfect, but by perfect we just mean, like I said, it's going to be the set of these great making properties. But the state of affairs that would be.
What is understood as a state of affairs if not everything that exists, which in this world is just God?
Yeah, but that's the thing. In the state of affairs where all that exists is God, and if we say God is the only thing that exists and God is perfect as defined by this, then that's just going to be basically a tautology, because you're not going to be defining anything else.
John is just basically saying that God has some valuation in mind of the way that things are prior to creation, and that valuation is not one of thinking that it's better than any possible other way that things could be.
Okay.
There are other answers to the general problem of creation, because that's what this is, but it depends on who you're talking to. Yeah, but if the state of affairs are just ontologically equal to God in the alone world, where it's only He that exists and nothing else, then when we say perfection, we're only going to reference perfection directly to God. And
states of affairs don't have ontological status.
Well, it would be in the sense of it would be in the sense of just saying, okay, if God is all that exists and God is perfect, then you don't need another reference to perfection. It's pointless. It's pointless because if the state of affairs is God, not in like an ontological way, but if the state of affairs is God and God is all that exists, then you're adding a notion of perfection that just doesn't make any sense. Because then you're saying, okay, God is perfect in one respect and perfect in another respect.
That's why I said I think perfection is a two-place predicate.
So,
hello everyone.
Let's just change the background, because who gives a shit?
Did you guys see SmackDown?
What?
Yeah, we were just talking about it actually.
What did you guys think?
We just watched it in here.
I'd be down to try Smack.
What's SmackDown?
It's not very nice, Zach.
I'm gonna smack you.
Can I ask what SmackDown is?
You already did, John.
Pipe down.
Yeah, pipe the fuck down. We don't even know you in real life.
What the fuck?
John, do you remember that? Do you remember that impromptu debate that you had on Slim's Live?
Did you just expire?
Who just died?
What are you doing over there?
Who just died?
You!
Gargling something.
That wasn't me.
John was just gargling his own product.
Oh my god.
My own product?
You're nut.
I remember when you were lactating?
Oh, I wasn't lactating. I do like the smell
So
of
you
my
claim.
I do like
John,
the smell
stop.
of my logo.
John, just stop. God, why do you always have to say some weird shit?
The smell of lactating women really gets me going.
It's not weird. It's not
Wait,
weird.
Yes, it is!
It's not weird, it's beautiful.
It is,
As soon as
exactly.
you start saying smell, like, nobody wants to talk about it.
The
I didn't
musk.
I mean, I could have used the word moist.
Yeah,
Nobody
John was
cares
talking
about
about
moist.
John was talking about his wife's natural musk.
You could have just kept it to yourself.
No, you weren't here, sir. You didn't understand the context. Someone show him the context.
What context is needed here?
Yeah,
I
if
mean,
I've learned anything recently, it's that you don't really need a lot of context.
Yeah, there's a lot of context. Slurm, show him.
Oh.
Show him your wife's... What?
Yes, show him.
Show him what?
what
The
is going
context.
Oh, okay.
Here, he's going to show you the context.
John really doesn't know when to stop.
John.
That's why he has like 7 kids.
What? My favorite John moment.
Davey has the context.
Wait, is this not the context?
Is that me? What the frick
was
is that?
that?
Is this not the context?
What is
No,
he doing?
wrong context.
John.
I mean, I do got that dog in me.
God.
Wait,
Oh
full
my
screen.
God,
Put me on full screen.
that's something. That's something right there.
Sir, your laugh
Bro,
just
I love that picture. Please send that to me so I can make that my new Discord profile picture.
your laugh
Please
sounded like thunderous
Look at
applause.
John breastfeeding while he mogs you.
It's time to upgrade.
I need a 12-hour ASMR John Geary mogs you while breastfeeding.
You know, the funniest thing I ever heard John say
Oh no.
is when he said,
I swear, if you say GB, I'm gonna freaking kick you.
Which one? What did you say?
Go ahead, tell your story.
Yeah, when he said we were all like attacking Becca over like I think she said she was an agnostic.
Gosh, dang it!
And he
Where'd my
comes in the
mod
Discord.
go? Why can't I kick him?
He's in the Discord. He's like, stop gangbanging Becca. And somehow he didn't know the context of what that could mean.
I can't kick him. You lied to me, Jim. You didn't give me mod.
They did.
You didn't let me. You
So if John doesn't know what gang banging is, I'm guessing he doesn't know what banging is. So if John were to tell us he's banging his wife, we should like call the police.
That's true.
I think we should have a game show where we say like inappropriate words to see if John knows what they mean.
We should have a gang bang game.
Listen, I'm informed, but okay, there's a context to this. I grew up around prison. The context is I grew up around prison ministry, where gangbanging was a very specific term in my household because my father was a prison chaplain.
What?
He would do.
Okay, wait. So John,
You don't want to know about what happens in prison.
when you said stop gang banging Becca, then did you mean stop like being affiliated with gangs around Becca? What did you mean?
Yeah, stop ganging up on her. Like ganging up on her in the
That's
sense
not what
of
gang banging is.
Not even in prison. That's not what gang banging is.
No, I'm just not using the
Even
term
on the
right now.
streets, that's not what gang banging is.
No, I know what. Listen, I know.
It's been thoroughly demonstrated that you don't know.
Gangbanging. Yeah, gangbanging. Gangbanging
is like being
gangbanging is being
It's just being affiliated with a gang.
Yeah, gangbanging is being affiliated with a gang and promoting acts of violence.
No. What?
Yes.
It's just being affiliated with a gang.
No.
There are some peaceful gangs. Like the Crips, for example.
Gang banging is not just being affiliated with a gang.
Look, yes, it is. There are some peaceful, non-violent gangs like the Bloods and Crips, MS-13, Folk.
MS-13.
You can.
How about Red 13?
John, I'm gonna say a word.
Nasty.
I'm gonna say a word, and you tell me what it means. Now, you can use like. You don't have to use like inappropriate.
I have a feeling you're gonna get like Jim Bananaed.
No, I'm not gonna go that far. But I'm gonna start.
Hey John, what's a snollygoster?
I don't even know what that is.
Sounds like a candy in Willy Wonka's chocolate factory.
No,
What the
this is
frick are you talking about?
These
What's
are like normal words that most people that are like not John would know. Okay.
Not John. That's great.
What about like bukkake? You know what bukkake means?
Oh my god.
It's actually bukkake.
It means that being arrogant is bad.
It sounds Chinese.
Boo. Cocky. It sounds Chinese.
Japanese. Actually Japanese. It's bukkake.
So John,
The way Davey
If
said
we
it.
keep saying this word, it will get Jim Banana.
John, so for $100
That's not to be confused with bouquet.
John, for $100, you can tell us what bukkake means right now.
Isn't Bukkake a place in Thailand?
No, hold on. I'm really curious.
Can I chat GPT it?
No, just
No.
try and guess.
No, don't chat GPT.
That's the same thing as looking it up.
I'm curious if you know what it means. You don't know what it means?
I'm guessing John is spelling it like Bookaki.
Wasn't Wit Bukkake for Halloween?
Wait, didn't Kylo dress up as Bukkake during the debate day?
Oh my god.
Okay, so it's something you can wear.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
No, it is.
Well, actually, yeah.
It absolutely is.
You said he dressed. No, someone said he dressed up. So is it like an item?
You can definitely wear it.
It's an item you can wear, yeah.
In some sense, you do wear it.
Yeah.
In some sense, you wear it, yeah.
Like in the same way you might wear a smile.
I hate that.
Or wear someone's skin as a jacket.
Should I grow a mustache?
No, I hate that.
Well, you want him to look like that?
Yeah. I think
I
it
could.
better with a mustache.
People are constantly confused that when I go from my profile picture to my actual camera, they're like, you actually look like your profile picture. I'm like, isn't that the point?
Which is good.
Davey actually is two
Okay, so
different
I'm just
people.
going to take a guess. I'm going to say, okay, so we know it's Japanese. I'm going to say it's a Japanese scarf.
It is.
You
It's more like a bunch of ropey loads.
No, wait, John, go look it up and come back to us.
Actually, wait. Go to Wikipedia and then type it into Wikipedia.
I want to see his reaction.
It's Bukkake. Sorry, fuck. Bukkake on Wikipedia.
I have an American one next.
John's gonna come back and be like, frick.
Okay, it's not a scarf. So
Very good.
all I know, I typed it into ChatGPT and it said that it has an explicit meaning, and I do not know what that is. It wouldn't give me the definition.
I told you, go to Wikipedia and type in the letters that I gave you.
Yeah, did you not hear
I
what he
don't
fucking
trust that.
said?
Go to Wiki. You don't trust Wikipedia.
You don't trust Wikipedia? Are you dumb?
No, it has like bad stuff.
No, it doesn't. You're an idiot.
Bad stuff. It's Wikipedia.
Just Google it. What's the big deal?
Wikipedia is owned by a fucking atheist.
It's not illegal, John. What it is? It's nothing illegal. I mean, it's just kind of probably not something you would normally Google, but
I'll look it up later.
Okay, wait. Wait. I have
I'll look it up when
wait.
I'm in bed with a hand in my pants.
We can take the difficulty down a notch. Okay, this one's American, and it contains one word that you already know. And I'll even give you a hint. It's a body part. Okay. Do you know what body part the cum gutters are?
Come on.
What?
If somebody said, look at the cum gutters on them, what body part are they talking about?
That's not a thing.
That is a thing. Everybody on this
No,
panel knows what I'm talking about.
I absolutely refuse. I absolutely refuse that. That can't be a thing.
It is a thing.
Is it also referred
Wait,
to
John.
as the
Wait,
cum
John.
canal?
Wait, John. Do you rebuke it
I feel like I should.
in the name of Jesus Christ?
wait,
I
this
feel like that's like
here's
something
an even
that should-
easier one. John, do you know what a cream pie is?
Oh God.
Yes.
Okay.
what is
that's-
it?
What is
Like
it?
an oatmeal cream pie? I love those.
No,
No,
wait, John.
it's-
What's a cream pie?
Yeah, it's yeah.
Yeah.
I know. Okay.
Well, no, just tell us what it is.
Wait. Sir, you already had one. Guess a body part. What are the cum?
Absolutely.
What are the cum gutters?
I need new friends.
Cum gutters.
You guys.
Cum gutters.
You know what's crazy is there's a non-zero chance that he has cream pie wrong. That's
Wait, John. How about this one? What's nyotai mori?
Wait, David, can you say that again with subtitles on?
What's nyotai mori?
That's nerd for I'm a virgin.
That also sounds Japanese.
It is Japanese. What do you think it is? I'll give you a hint. It has to do with food.
Okay, say it again.
Nyotai mori.
Wait, I don't want to repeat it. I don't trust you. Wait. About to sound.
It has to do with food and
I don't think I'm the only one who doesn't know this one. I feel like this.
I don't know.
I feel like this is a group effort. Okay, let Sir guess. There.
I don't know.
I have no idea what he's saying.
It's a Japanese. It's not like you know what I'm saying if I say bukkake. Like you don't know what it means in Japanese. You just know what it like.
Say it again. What you're trying to get John to understand?
Don't make him say it again.
Nyotai mori.
Nyotai mori.
Say more. I'm sorry. I'm not connecting it for some reason.
It's probably because you don't know what it is. See, I don't.
Nyotai mori, often referred to as body sushi, is the Japanese practice of serving sashimi or sushi from the naked body of a woman.
Hey, look,
I
guys.
saw-
I'm Davey.
I really
Are
want to
you
hear John define cream pie though, because I bet you he defines it wrong.
No, I got it right. I have 3 kids.
Well, define it.
What the fuck?
So
Wow.
Christ, John.
Now I'm even less.
Wait, this is
What
wait,
a
this is
weird way! What a weird way to say that.
interesting.
Give
What the
us evidence that you know what it means.
Wait, John. Do you know what pegging is?
Your 3 kids started as 3 cream pies.
Oh my God.
I like. It's just like. Just imagine his like that is what he uses as evidence that he knows what it means. It's so funny. That's why I like John. Just never
John's
get
saying
out of it.
he has direct acquaintance via experience.
yeah, I'll say it in a philosophical. I have
Don't
empirical
say it.
evidence.
Just stop talking.
I have
Wait.
empirical evidence.
Wait, John. Do you know what pegging is?
I do.
What is it?
So that actually came up in a
It's how
marriage counseling.
It's how pirates work.
What's pegging? Tell us.
Well, so let me tell a story first.
Pegging came up in your marriage counseling?
John knows what pegging is. He has 3 kids.
Wait a second. So,
I didn't know what it was until I didn't know what she was doing to me until she talked about it in marriage counseling.
yeah. So
I said,
there
well, this
was
is
a,
why we haven't been getting pregnant.
They tried the pegging before they got to the cream pies.
That's what I learned about cream pies too. Was in the marriage counseling.
Yeah, it's on the story, John.
Let me talk about Jesus again.
John.
Oh, let's not do
I
that.
rebuke you in the name of.
Can we just talk about how like Jesus is the best possible human?
What?
That's false.
I mean, I don't know.
I don't know. I think John is the best possible human.
Was he all that great? I feel like other people have done more.
I mean, he was a
I don't
good
think so.
carpenter, but he wasn't no
Why do you
Steve
have a
Jobs.
picture of a guy in the bathroom stall?
That's JD Vance.
That's JD Vance.
Oh, okay.
What's going on in the photo there?
Why is someone
Are you just
taking a
trying
picture?
to take a
Why
dump
is-
at the Lowe's?
Creepy.
And
That's
say
like
JD Vance kept peeking in at me.
Looks like you're peeking in on JD Vance from this angle.
You know, JD Vance stands for Jorkin de Penis.
Every time you talk, Davey, I mistake you for Kaysen for the first like 2 seconds.
I've never gotten Jason, but I've gotten Genny before.
Are you the same age as Kaysen?
Probably.
How old are you?
20.
I think Kaysen's a little younger.
John, I think my favorite story of you is you told Rebecca that she was a good girl.
What?
That's yeah.
Still makes me laugh every time.
It was a text. Yeah, it was a text.
John, what's a blumpkin?
Wait, real quick. My favorite John moment is when he had admitted to me in a private phone call that he thinks that a certain group of people run the
You
world.
already tell this story is fake because you started with you admitted in a private phone call when you would never talk to an LGBT person on the phone.
Oh, that's true.
Who's an LGBT person? Wait,
LGTV?
What?
You can't even say it. It's just like
LMNOP.
Onomatopoeia.
Oh, speaking
wait,
of
wait, who's an LGTV?
Speaking of LMNOP, did you guys hear the new alphabet?
No.
Yeah, they actually took out the LMNOP and changed
guys,
it.
new alphabet just dropped.
100%. It's like
John,
have you guys heard about that new time zone?
HIJKLMNOPQRST
I hate it. It sucks.
UVXWYZ.
John, tell us what a blumpkin is.
I don't know.
A blumpkin.
I'll give you a hint. JD Vance could have gotten one.
It has to do with excretion.
Oh, is it like?
Have you ever heard that term before, John? Blumpkin?
Nope.
No,
Hey,
that
look,
didn't come up from
I'm
prison.
John.
It has to do with excretions and impatience.
I like how Slurms tried to do a joke. Everyone ignored him, and then the picture went away really quick.
I laughed.
I'm flipping through these.
Gotcha.
So
who's this guy? Narada.
No, but
Hey, look, I'm a guy.
Who is that guy? Is that your dad?
God.
Kind of looks like you.
Evil John.
Oh my God! Where'd you get that picture of Wit?
Wow.
This kind of
Without
reminds me.
makeup.
Who is that?
Can you full screen me?
That actually is a terrifying photo.
Who is it? You guys just be having shit in your phones. What is this?
Is this concept art for Two-Face?
Let's go find it.
Good stuff.
I hate it here.
What the fuck is that?
What the fuck?
Put it back up, Dimas, please.
That wasn't a picture. That was live.
You perfectly still.
Put the picture back up, Slurms.
I didn't see it. Missed it.
Hang on.
I don't know if I'm
Background is really going
I'm
well.
allowed to put this up.
Put it up. That means put it up.
Put it up.
John, is that a real photo of you with a goatee?
No.
Is that nightclub?
No, I can't stand mustaches. But
Yeah,
it's
but you look like a fool.
that is exactly what it would look like, though.
Hey, you look like a guy that just got out of prison.
What's your aversion to mustaches?
I hate the feel of them. Hate them.
He doesn't like looking like good.
No, I hate the feel of a mustache. Like, genuinely, just can't do it.
Hey, why
You
don't
don't like-
one of you
you don't like
fuckers
beard?
debate me on the problem of evil?
You don't like it brushing up against your cheek, John? The mustache?
John, how about this?
Davey, could you go back to that last one you skipped over real quick?
Which one?
The funny book cover about God.
Oh my god.
Yeah, where is that?
That's a good one.
Appropriate for the live case.
Okay, cop.
This is my absolute. This picture is absolutely one of my favorites.
Is that in your spank bank?
You look at that one quite often, do you?
That is Joshua Sidwade. That is who I ascribe. He is.
not.
Yes, it is. 100% unedited.
Oh my god.
That is Joshua Sidwade.
The power of Jesus.
It's all natural. Joshua Zijwade. All natural, guys.
I don't think so.
It's the furthest thing from natural.
Yeah.
I mean, he's not a natural.
Joshua Sidwade is cut though. Like,
you have that picture on your wall.
Who was the philosopher that said that? Who was the philosopher that said, oh gosh, it's something along the lines of, like, the saddest thing about a man is to never realize his full potential or something. Or no.
Wait, does John not have a mustache right now?
No.
John, you're not realizing your full potential by cutting off your beard.
No, it's the greatest failure of a man is to never find out what his body's capable of. It's from I think it's from Plato.
That's fascinating.
I find this very funny that he has this picture in the background and he's talking over it.
Yeah, could you
Plato was like a wrestler or something. He was like Jack or something. Wasn't he?
Wait, what are we defining as a mustache? Because I just,
Mustache man?
I don't know. Like, he has hair above his lip that kind of just
Yeah,
seems
but
like a mustache to me.
he shaves it. It's like trimmed. It's just like stubble.
Well,
more like
what length does it have to be a mustache? That's what I'm asking.
Not
You just have a flat top shadow. You don't have a mustache.
The mustache is when you don't have any other facial hair. You just
Well,
That is no.
well, yeah, but forget it. I don't care. I don't care this much about John's face.
I just wanted to debate something.
Sperm. So, do you think that unnecessary suffering and an all good God could be congruent?
Who is this guy?
What?
Narada.
Been in here.
He's an EV.
No. I was making fun of Coco. I don't actually want to debate the problem of evil.
Narada, you just sat through all that of us talking about bumpkins and Bugattis to ask that question?
I was silent for a second, so I wanted to address what you said earlier. It was
Look at this guy.
a philosophical statement.
Well, the problem of evil is only a problem for Coco.
Does anyone want to patiently waiting to ask this very serious philosophical question?
Yeah, well, at least he can read the room, okay?
Slurms brought it up.
Yeah, I brought it up recently.
Slim's brought it up recently.
I want you guys to tell him.
Stop, sir. Pay attention.
Lock the fuck in.
Lock in, sir. Pay the fuck attention.
There, okay? I don't know what happened.
Wait,
Can we all stop over talking, John?
Tell me what you see.
John,
Okay.
we're gonna tell you,
This is Hitler.
it's Jesus.
Oh,
yeah.
the dress is gold, or the dress is black.
I see some lovely young
I see a white chiseled European Aryan Jesus.
Me too.
He's everywhere. It's fantastic.
Yeah, but if you
Oh my God.
I didn't see that.
three women.
That was Jesus.
What the fuck are we supposed to see there, John?
Holy, wait, you guys are. Oh my God.
John, sir, it was a picture of Jesus, but if you squinted, it was three white broads.
I don't know what's going on.
I don't either, man.
If you squint at Jesus, you actually see three people. Why is that? You say the Trinity.
Oh my god, I hate you.
Okay.
If the Trinity,
Shut up.
all three persons of the Trinity squint, do they see, like, a lot of people?
Wake up, pray to God. Wake up, pray to God.
Voila! John,
Why?
Is this what you're aspiring to be, John?
Yeah, this is disgusting. You disgust me.
You have pictures of Joshua like all over your mirrors when you're working out.
That's literally AI. That's literally AI.
This isn't Joshua. This is me.
Yeah, that's literally AI. That's.
Okay, show us right now.
Why do you look? Why does AIU look Indian?
It looks like gay eye.
Listen, why is it?
Wait,
John has cum gutters.
he does have cum gutters.
Oh my god.
Wait, can I get big screen for a second?
Why is it atheists always need freaking like empirical evidence?
All right.
John, why
what
are
do,
you in brown face?
what do you guys see when you look at this? Oh, it's not doing it now. Damn.
You idiot.
I know. Wait, well, let me try one more time. Let me try one more time.
I saw your face.
For some reason,
Moron.
For some reason, I thought John was still the big screen, and he just had a video of Stack randomly.
Hey, that one I see is Steve Harvey.
I see a burger.
Is that Steve Harvey?
Steve Harvey, yeah.
Steve Harvey.
Steve Harvey.
Right away.
Really?
Oh, I see it. That's crazy.
Yeah.
You guys haven't seen? There's like thousands of these photos where if you squint, then it's like AI made it like that.
Oh, that's awesome.
Well, AI made these. That's interesting.
I didn't have to squint. That burger looked like fucking Steve Harvey.
Trust me, Whit knows what Steve
I'm sorry,
Harvey looks
what?
like.
Huh?
Wits are racist.
What the fuck?
It's
Wait,
funny how,
what
like,
about-
the two
were you gonna say knows a lot about burgers?
I knew as soon as he said, "Trust me, Wit knows," it was gonna be something fucking bad, and I hate you.
Why is me saying you know Steve Harvey bad?
But why would you say
Why
the
would
word
that?
out?
What are you implying that I know Steve Harvey? What? I hate you. Just shut up.
Why would she
Would you
single
be
out there?
this offended if Steve Harvey was white?
So wait a second. I didn't say anything about burgers. That was Davey.
I'm just doing like sort of like Google autocomplete.
Please stop, please. God.
I'm just backtracking and it just looks bad.
Davey never shuts the fuck up about burgers.
Why am I the one getting in trouble when I said Steve Harvey and Davey said burgers?
I hate everything.
Don't hate everything.
Be honest, okay?
Don't hate everything. God made everything.
I really
that
just
means
don't
you hate
know.
what God made.
Yeah, but everything
Please.
is nothing.
Those are the first
Piety signal.
That's
Oh,
not
that-
piety signaling.
That's bukkake.
Let's
You have to.
There you go.
Piety signaling is a different thing.
Bukkake.
Wait a second. I always have to ask: are you being serious or joking? Because
I'm serious.
What?
wait,
AI, Zach?
are you currently offended?
No, I'm not fucking offended. I don't care.
Okay, it sounds like you care a little.
No.
And
Hey, John, stop mansplaining.
every freaking time I get in a conversation with a woman,
Oh my god, here we go.
Wait. When you say you're not fucking,
Where is Rebecca?
you're not fucking offended. Are you saying are you using offended to modify the verb fucking?
what?
Do you have a wife or a
As
husband?
in to say I am not fucking in an annoyed manner.
I have a wife.
What are you, some kind of fruit?
Oh my god.
When you laughed, that sounded like Darth laughing.
Darth?
Darth laughs?
Earlier, sir, you had this laugh, and it sounded like thunderous applause.
I'm getting over the flu. That's why, or COVID or something.
Well, COVID's not real,
I was sick all last week.
I can't remember who it was, but I got so mad at someone last week. I was trying to have a conversation with Darth, and they kept running their mouth, and so Darth left.
Oh my
Well,
god.
I mean, can I ask you and Win a dumb question?
If you want to talk to Darth, you can follow me.
Do you want to ask Zach?
Well, it was more like the opportunity presented itself. Like, I don't go to chase after Darth.
You mean
You're
listen to
obviously
Darth
you're
3
obviously
minutes for a minute, then
chasing
drop
after
us? Is
Darth,
that what you
so
mean by talk to him? And does Darth talk to anybody, or does he just scream at them and then drop them?
he talks to me. Me and
John
Darth.
just doesn't want to gang bang Darth right now.
Yeah, me and Darth have like 4-hour conversations about his favorite DVDs.
You're used to like bullshit debaters, sir. But like Darth doesn't have time for bullshit, so you just like.
You think anyone respects Darth from the opposite end of the debate sphere there? Anybody?
Yeah. I think he
Do you
turns.
think there's any like atheist that like respects Darth at all?
No atheists can even. They're all shit debaters.
That's
Okay,
true.
but they respect other Christian debaters. Do you think any of them respect Darth?
Who cares? They can't.
Well, you should care because there might be a reason for that.
But they don't
Wait.
have standards. So
I have a question for the Christians in the room, and it's really dumb.
What?
Well, I just was wondering if there's any doctrine or any tradition or any thing that would indicate how long God existed alone before he created, because I've been thinking about something.
Ryan Mullins talks about that in his papers.
Really?
There's like a critique, like the sooner objection. Why didn't God create sooner?
Oh, really?
Can
Oh.
you- Can you just tell me what you were thinking about?
Yeah, I was saying like the longer God exists without creating, kind of it would lead me to think like
He's
the
sort
more
of edging himself.
the more irrational it would be, because
That's in the paper.
if he knew.
Well, so something we have to remember in reference to God creating, the creation is not just like our universe.
Okay.
So like there's a whole theology about how God creates angels and heaven all these other entities prior to creating us.
Okay. But like, I don't know, in a sense it would be like kind of I get it, God is eternal, but if God has only existed for like a few minutes longer than everything else, it's like, I don't know. And then like conversely, if God like spent like 1,000,000 years alone knowing that he was going to create and just didn't, I don't know. But yeah.
You're right, that was stupid.
Thank you.
Wasn't stupid. That's in Ryan Mullins' paper.
I didn't know that was like had a name. I thought it was the Sooner objection. Yeah.
I think something like that.
I thought Sooner was like a football fan of a certain team.
I thought atheists didn't make any good points, P-Mars.
What?
Nothing, just go back on mute.
I'm being a hypocrite because I said atheists don't make good points.
Yeah.
But then you said I made a good point. But we're pals.
And like, I don't. I mean, when I'm saying it's like hyperbolic, but it's like 99% true.
Yeah, it was hyperbolic.
Okay, so there's a 1% where they don't make stupid things.
Yeah, he was being hyperbolic. It's like when atheists say there's no evidence for God.
I'm glad we clarified that.
They're being hyperbolic.
Like one good objection I think is when they say like, how can God be all loving and then also have eternal conscious torment?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, sure.
They don't bring that up. Usually they have really dumb objections though.
Yeah, both sides usually have dumb objections.
How do you get around that objection, P-Mars?
That one?
He just kicks them from the panel.
No, the other one, P-Mars, not the one that you just talked about.
Don't confuse him.
Why would you? Are you just trying to get time to think? Why would you ask
Of
that
course,
one?
it's okay to think.
Well, then just say I need to think about it.
Well, I mean, you know, you can't
Get a
really
grip, sir.
You can't really boss him around, sir. You kind of lost on Narada already, so.
That's it, P-Mars. I want to fight you.
I don't know if there's a good answer.
This is so stupid. P-Mars, I challenge you to a duel.
I just say it would seem weird if like God didn't put Ted Bundy in hell because it seems like he deserves it, or like someone, you know, like what if people get away with crimes like that? It's like you want them to be punished.
Wow.
Yeah, but the notion of eternal there is going to be no amount of crimes will ever justify being tormented for eternity. No finite amount of crimes.
How'd we get on hell? I'm missing something.
Yeah, you're missing a lot, John. You're not even the real John. You're a backup John.
Is the crime people go to hell for is like turning their back on God?
So wait, that's the crime that Ted Bundy went to hell for?
Well, not like from our perspective, there's some people seem like monsters, but ultimately, no matter.
Can you just say your perspective, please?
What?
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm Eastern Orthodox. I'm in my own special little enclave.
Yeah, why do all Christians say that?
Just go back to the lotus position, Whit.
Yep, that's cute.
Wait, you guys did the lotus position?
No.
Yes, they do.
No, P-Mars is just being R-worded.
No.
Yes.
You have monks that say.
No, you're just being R-worded. I'm sorry.
You upset the
I'm sorry,
president.
what prescription in the Bible says that you can't sit cross-legged or else you're worshiping a Hindu god? What an idiot.
P-Mars, what's your measuring stick for the cannon?
Why do you guys... Wait, is that like a special word? Because people use measuring stick all the time in EO versus Protestant debates, and I never hear it otherwise. Why do you guys...
Yeah, it's because they don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
But is measuring stick like a special word by the church?
How dare we rely on progressive revelation regarding...
Do you go into Slim's live and get cooked again, bruh?
Wait, speaking of that, I just uploaded that debate.
Listen,
John.
I may have listen, wait, no, she doesn't.
No, she's...
John.
No, let's address this.
I just uploaded that video on my YouTube channel.
I may have lost the debate, which I can concede.
Yes, you
but
did.
I did not get cooked.
Lost the debate to who?
Got cooked.
To Schoolboy.
Some Eastern Orthodox guy.
What's his name?
Schoolboy.
His name was Schoolboy.
Yeah, I just uploaded on my YouTube.
Slim is Protestant, right? No, isn't Slim Protestant?
He's EO inquiring.
I got a book.
Oh, she is. Oh, okay.
I got a book that'll help you destroy Eastern Orthodox.
To be fair, I think that John lost, but I will say that when you said that other guy was a brother in Christ, and he said, "Hope that you find Eastern Orthodox," and then that other guy compared you to a Mormon, that was fucked up, dude.
Oh, I lost my.
Hey, Whit, do you think non-EOs are going to go to hell, even like the non-EO
She
Christians?
won't say.
I feel like I'm fucking dying. I hate this.
What do you think? Do you think they're not real Christians? Let me put it that way.
Jesus. No.
Well, no, like Jay Dyer says that if you're not EO, then you haven't really found Jesus.
Jay Dyer's an
Sorry, is
idiot.
Jay Dyer like the spokesperson of EO?
Well, I'm just saying, there's prominent EOs that take. Listen, Whit. First of all, Whit, calm down, okay?
Yeah.
There's prominent EOs that take that position, so I'm just asking for your take on it. That's all.
I think Witch should calm down first.
Yeah,
Where are you gonna get upset?
It's a different religion. EO, Catholic, and Protestant are like three different religions. They're not just denominations.
that I can agree with.
I don't agree with that.
Wait, whenever you said PMARS never makes good points, you want to take that back?
I never said that.
There's too much similarity to call them different religions, I think.
There's too much similarity, I think. You can't really you have to call them different denominations.
Are you just fucking repeating what I say, Zach?
I think I'm just going to say it again, but different.
So what's your take on that? Seriously, I'm curious. Like, would you say that, like, non-EO Christians aren't Christian?
He actually came up. Wait.
This better be good. Literally, my sensitivities are high for this, so this better be good.
Wait, before...
Is this the worldview coach, Dogzastic Mastery?
Can I hear what's your...
I'm a really big fan.
What the fuck?
Sir, stop interrupting me.
How are you, Tim?
Wait.
Sir. You're gonna have to calm down. There's Dogzastic Mastery is right next to you.
We are talking about Eastern Orthodoxy.
Sir, if you don't read the room, I'm gonna email John Cena and tell him to turn back to the good side.
Okay.
Okay, that'll ruin the arc of his character.
I'm not gonna answer you.
We're just talking right now, Tim. We're not answering objections or anything.
Wait, your name's... Can I call you Tim?
That is my name, so you'd be accurate.
Can I call you Tim?
That's Slurms. Okay. So Slurms is not normal.
John asked the same fucking question he asked. And now it's not normal when I ask it?
Yeah.
You piece of shit. Fuck John. And fuck you too, Tim. I'm done.
Love you, bro.
That's just Slurms. He's fine. He's gonna go eat a cookie, come back, and he's gonna do Christian Watkins.
I'm already following you. So this is Dogzastic Mastery, the worldview coach.
Who do you think did better against Alex O'Connor? Do you think you or Fan did better?
So I think it's really hard to, I don't know how to even draw that out, man, because Fan had more time than me.
Yeah.
But he, his strategy, I guess the same thing.
It's kind of hard to draw it out.
It's really tough. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I really enjoyed his section, and I think that he did the same thing that I did, which was we were both kind of playing 4D chess. Like, we were both kind of thinking, like, 10 steps down the road.
But he had way more time though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, he did.
Well, the other thing is there are different topics that they were on. Like you answered something that's more philosophical in nature. Than answered
Right.
something more historical.
Yeah.
You know what I kind of think about that shows? I think it's more entertaining when they answer really bad objections, or when like there's like Alex O'Connor would be talking to a bunch of like I don't know low tier.
So this is the problem. This is the problem with that one, and this is the stuff you don't know because it's behind the scenes
It's
shit.
like
So
exclusive.
so our group was, I'm not even joking, like our group did not like work together. It was every man for themselves the moment the camera started rolling. Like, I'm telling you, the
Yeah.
producer literally even said we were the most like flag happy group they've ever had. They actually had to end up putting a handicap onto when we could use our flags. That's not shown in the footage, but like she literally was like, you guys are voting out people way too fast,
Oh,
way too
what?
quick, way too often. She's like, this is not gonna work because we had 4 hours of filming. 4 or 5 hours of filming.
Dude, that like ruins the premise, the whole premise.
What do you think that is? What do you think that group?
I think they just have a bad system. I think this whole flag raising
Well,
nonsense
of
is a bad
course,
system.
but the thing is though, like if the rule is watch what happens when somebody can only talk for as long as 11 people want them to keep talking against this one expert or something, and then for you to be like, okay, 11 flags keep going up before this time limit, let's just change that. I don't know. It's like it should.
No, it was good that she did that because the problem was if you go look at like some of the political ones, the whole group is working together.
Yeah.
The 25 on the outside is working together.
Yeah.
So the people that stay up, unless they're atrocious, like they're gonna stay up. But like I got voted out when like I had Alex like right where I needed him.
Yeah.
And we would have gone any more further, I would have gotten right to the bottom of what I was trying to get him to. But a lot of the Christians there were like, I want to have my moment where like I can be like, and this is so strange because like, I mean, John and I, we aren't even this way. Like, and these Christians believe that's like, oh, if I can say like the right thing, maybe Alex will change. And I'm like conversion was not on my mind.
Yeah, you're talking to. You're not talking to Alex.
I'm gonna crush this question.
Yeah.
That was on my mind.
Yeah, and you want to.
What was the question
you
that
wanna,
you
want to come off
addressed?
well to the people that are listening.
100%. And they just didn't understand what I was saying.
Christians in general, I agree with Tim. Like I wasn't there, but in the notion of saying, like Christians are just really focused on wrong motives for those types of discussions. And if you listen to the video, a lot of them had probably never even had a discussion like that. I would say the majority of them probably have never had a discussion like that in their life.
So many people came up to me afterwards and were like, man, you did really good. So like, what's this whole thing about animals Alex keeps bringing up? I'm like, dude, you voted me off.
Yeah.
Now you're asking me to teach you?
Yeah. Cause like, wait, last one, and then you can ask Narada. Sorry. Cause a lot of the times, what makes it like engaging when you're watching like maybe political ones, maybe you'll hear somebody say a point, and it'll be good, and then you'll hear them say like some word or some point, and you're like, ooh, and you get like this feeling, and then you look down at the flag counter, and you see like 3 or 4 flags go up, and you're like, okay, the circle's feeling how I'm feeling, but it seems like they were just trying to get their televangelism going.
Totally.
Okay, go Narada.
I'll tell you what I would do. I'd make one change. I'd blindfold everyone. Give them the flags
And then stab
blindfold
them?
What if they had
if you gave them the flags and blindfolded them, they wouldn't know when other flags are going up.
Well, what if they just made it to where when you got in the circle, you had a lot of time, maybe to talk or whatever.
And then you blindfold Alex O'Connor so he doesn't know who he's talking to or what's going on. Will that be fucked up or what?
We're making it better as we speak right now, Slurms. You're doing it. You're becoming mighty, in the words of Space Jam.
I would have worn a blindfold against Charlie Kirk just because I think his teeth are too far back into his mouth.
Oh yeah, that guy's hideously ugly.
Yeah.
Wait a second. What are we talking about now?
I think Christianity.
No, we were talking. So
Wait,
they
Narada
were
had a
talking
question. Narada had a
Do you know
question.
who Charlie Kirk is?
Wait, Narada had a question, please.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to ask two things. One, what was the question that you addressed with Alex? And then two, how did you even get on Jubilee? I actually watched that video, so very interesting that you're here.
Yeah, this is the life coach, Doxastic
I
Mastery.
had the animal suffering prompt, and like what's really funny is like they actually had that prompt already like attached to my name, so like it looked like I ran for the chair and like had to fight over it. That's just all for show. Like I was gonna get it no matter what.
What?
Because they thought I was gonna do good on that, so they're just like everyone act like Tim's, all that, right? That's like behind the scenes stuff.
Oh my god.
But basically, how I got so they contacted me. They came to me. It was really funny because I was in San Diego, and I don't know if you guys know what Inspiring Philosophy was, but I was hanging out with him in San Diego, and he picked up his
Joe
phone,
Schmidt?
and he goes, "I just got an email from Jubilee saying that like all this stuff." To his manager, right? Goes like, "Hey, like we should go through this." So Dan Christopoulos, who's a part of Inspiring Philosophy now, he hits me up because him and I are homies, and he's like, "Hey, bro, I'm gonna like give them your contact because you need to come on because we're going on." I'm like, lit. I mean, Michael never made it on, rip Mike, but whatever. So then the next thing I know, like the next day, I get a text from like one of the coordinators, and he's like, "Hey, can you hop on a Zoom call?" So I hop on a Zoom call, and he's like, "Dude, I love like everything that you, like about you. Like this is great, like awesome." And then like 5 p.m. that day, I got like a confirmation saying like, "Yeah, you've been chosen." Like, and so yeah, so they really liked me for whatever reason. And then we had another Zoom call prior to, so we had a second Zoom call, and it was like 7 of us, and they were like hand-picked people that they thought were going to do really good as just debating goes. And then we got to choose what topics that we wanted to like go up there for, so we wouldn't have to fight for it. And so I chose the animal suffering one. And and then that's how everything else went.
Interesting. So, like, if like that one with Charlie Kirk and Parker, like Parker talked to him like 4 times.
Yeah. So are you asking like how that works?
Yeah.
Yeah. So basically, what ends up happening is like you can go up there multiple times. Like some people will have like it actually like some people actually have it like called dibs on, but you like after you go up there, you get voted out. Like you can go up there as long as it's a different question. So as long as it's a different prompt, you can go up there as many times as you want. So that's kind of how that works. So and a lot of people did that in our video too. Like you saw like that like girl in like the yellow shirt twice. It was on for 2 different prompts. So
I see. And then so you I forgot what you said about animal suffering. You said you like defended it, right? Were you like not like vegan or anything?
I agreed. I agreed with Alex on like 90% of what he said. I'm like, yeah. I mean, you can't use soul building and free will for animals. I mean, you can't use the traditional soul building and free will for animals. So you got to do something different. I get it. And I tried to explain to him why like his norms for justification about what would make it moral for God to authorize suffering is just not one that I would have as a theist. And he's critiquing my worldview, so he has to use my views, but we didn't get anywhere past that point. So
interesting. Okay. Yeah, because I'm vegan, so I definitely don't believe in a good God and animal suffering.
You don't believe a good God and animal suffering is what you said?
Yeah, I don't think they're congruent.
Yeah, I would definitely look into it for yourself, for sure, man. I think it's a strong argument as far as challenging the traditional responses go, but I don't think it.
Actually, sorry. Hold on. I'm tired. I misspoke. Because I do believe suffering actually can be congruent with the all good God. I just don't believe that, like, I don't know. I don't really believe about, like, I'm vegan. So I guess it's more of a vegan thing. I guess.
I'm also vegan.
Are you For real? Or
Yeah, I advocate for veganism all the time.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I think I'm gonna end it, Zach.
Okay. That's what I was just checking because I was about to leave.
Yeah. Well, I was just gonna say thank you guys for coming up. I don't know if you have any last words or something.
Oh, hey, I don't know Tim's view. If you are you like absolutely shutting down right now, Jim?
Oh.
Yeah, I'm like kind of sleepy, but I'll be live tomorrow, and if Tim wants to come up, are you talking about his view of the background or?
Yeah.
Oh
yeah. If Tim wants to come up tomorrow, we could have a discussion on it. I'm basically running. I think I read it as
the general problem of creation is what he's.
I'll look into it, but what I was kind of like getting this from was Mackey's argument, known as the problem of divine perfection. But he runs on his book. I think it was like what was it?
Are you
talking the Miracle of Theism? The Miracle of Theism.
I have a copy of it.
Yeah.
Well.
Yeah, but he talks about problem of perfection there.
Yeah, Jim is I can rep Jim. Jim's a good guy to have a conversation with.
Oh wow, thanks, John. Yeah, I guess after you just playing that in my face, I would just like to say that first of all, I think, and I just want to be clear on this. I just think. First of all, I think, and I just want to be.
What the heck just happened?
He does that to go. Yeah, but if you want to request or follow me or something, I'll be back live tomorrow. We can talk about it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I will have the time to do so, but if it ends up
Tim never goes live, so the fact
look at that Tim's running, that's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah,
I hate these with a passion, man. Every time I pop up, it's just like literally the worst form of discussion. I try to stay away from it. It just gives me a headache.
He's not a fan of TikTok. The fact that he's up here is actually. Have you ever heard of a miracle?
Yeah.
This is actually divine intervention here.
This whole like infectious like debate me bro culture that's taken over, and like every stupid person with an opinion can like talk over one another. It just doesn't impress me. It's just I'm over it.
Oh wait. What's the argument for that? No, I'm just kidding. No, like
no, that was good.
They were.
It's actually like unpredictable down here right now, so that's all it is. But yeah, man, if you gotta end the live, bro, go ahead, man.
It's very unexpected on some sort of hypothesis.
That's how all expectations work.
Leave me alone.